Okay. All right, so North Canton, we have Kelly Barkin, Christina Fowler, Catherine Bowling, Chelsea Smith, Chelsea White. I recognize you from doing that. And what is your name? Tatiana. All right. Okay, so then make sure you guys have your cameras on, please. There are so many of you. I really, really do not want to spend my time clicking through these screens to be like, who has their cameras on? What are you doing? So please don't make me do that and be your babysitter because I just don't have the energy for it. I have a 3-year-old. I already have to manage so much. All right, so we have Corey Goss. Is Corey here? No? Okay. Renaya Ringgold. Did I say that right?
Here.
Renaya. That's a pretty name.
Yes, you said that right.
Nice.
Oh, Corey.
Smith.
Yeah, I'm in.
Who? Corey? Oh,
Yeah.
good. Amanda Smith. I'm not doing
I'm
that.
here.
I'm do this every day. I just want to put a face to names, at least, you know, in the moment. Amanda, there you are. Okay. Corey's here. Okay. Destina Sloan? Did I say that right?
You did. Yep, I'm here.
Nice. Okay, Raffany Smith.
It's Raffinay, but I go by Nay.
Raffany. Oh, Nay. I like Nay. I have an Aunt Renee that goes by Nay. So okay. Junera Holt.
Yep, that's me. I
Yes,
go by
ma'am. You go
June.
by June. Perfect. Tiffany Seats. Tiffany. Tiffany, are you here?
She's here. I just don't know if her mic is working.
You hear me?
Well, I seen her emailing earlier.
I heard
you
something.
Hear me?
Yes, I hear you, Tiffany.
I'm saying I'm here. I don't know. Nobody can hear me.
I hear you. I hear you. Okay, Tarika Bell. There's so many of you. If I don't put a face to a name right now, I'm gonna have trouble.
It's Terica. I'm here.
Tarika, thank
Good
you.
morning.
Can you turn your camera on, please?
It should be on. I can see me.
It is not. It says that your camera is crossed off.
Yeah, I just turned it off. I'm turning it back on now. Can you see me?
Sandra Campbell? No, I can't see you. Is your
Good
do you
morning.
have
I'm
your-
here.
Where? Can you turn your camera on, Sandra, please? Thank you. Oh, I see you. Okay, Christina Daniel. I saw someone in the chat. Christina Daniel said
Hello,
she's here.
I'm here. Good morning.
Okay. Hello. Aries.
I'm gonna be switching to
Leslie?
my. Oh, sorry.
Oh, you're fine. You're
Yes,
switching to your laptop.
hello. Good
Where are
morning.
you? I can't see you. Hello.
Sorry, I
Marissa
had
Johnson.
messaged you.
Oh, I didn't see it.
I'm here. Good morning.
Hello, hello. Brandy Jordan, I saw her.
I'm here.
She was on page 1. There you are. Justice Love,
Good morning.
good morning. I don't see your face. There you are. Kaylee Moretto. Oh, Tarika, I could see you for 3 seconds. There it is. Oh, you keep going in and out. That's okay. Okay, Kaylee Moretto.
Oh, good morning. I'm here.
Hello, hello. So many pages. Octavia Meyer.
I'm here.
I see you. Deja West.
Here.
Beautiful. Okay, who did I not call?
It was me,
I didn't get called.
Bonnie Hayes.
That's a lot of me's. Okay, Bonnie Hayes.
Did you do the Niles campus yet, or is that just for Ken?
Yeah, I'm
I
from the
feel
list,
like
so
I
I
have
don't think
in
you
all
called
of them.
anybody from Malaria. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, same with
Maybe I'm
Niles. None of
missing
us
some
got one.
pages. Okay, how about this? If I missed calling your name, put it in the chat. How about that? I was gonna say for 42 or 41 or however many there are, these pages feel a little light. There should be a lot more pages here. Good. Oh, and all my returnees too. That's what it is. I have to write you in. I have to like physically write you in
Do you want us
because
to
you're
write down if
returning.
we return?
I'm so
Because
happy.
I'm returning today. Like I took this class already. Do you want us to tell you
Yeah,
if we retook it?
I think that's the thing. I think the names that are not on my list are all people that are returning. Which is why you, Miss Ma'am, I forget your name already, are not on my list. You're returning, right? Oh.
One return from LOA.
Oh, maybe that's why. That's probably why. Yeah. Okay. I mean, you guys obviously know who I'm talking to. I'm really, really happy that you have returned, and I'm so happy to see your faces. And because they had me in August, and all you guys that had Dr. Short, and are back with me, I'm really excited to see you, or Jessica Jefferson, same to you. Okay. So I already started recording. Everybody is here. Okay. Whoa. I don't know what that is.
Excuse me, before you start, I just want to make sure.
Yes, Miss Tarika? No, I see. I know I already said it wrong.
Okay.
Tarika.
Terica.
Tarika.
Okay.
Yes, I can see you. Okay. Setting. Into my display. What do I do? Uh-oh. Going into standby mode. I don't want you on standby mode. Where did you go? Come back. Oh, multiple displays. Yes, multiple. Oh, This is very nice. Oh, okay. What do I do? Keep changes, please. Yes, keep changes. But come back here. You know, I wish I could just stay in the same classroom forever. Because then I have to go into different classrooms and everything is all jacked up. And now this computer is not working. I love technology. I love it. It brings me so much joy. Okay, I did it. Okay. All right. So my name is Jessica Simmons. I am semi-new to Ross. I started in June, July, where I kind of trained with Miss Marianne Bell, who is in the LPN program. And I took over my first class in August, which was advanced pharmacology. And then September, I taught complex care 1. And then October, I taught complex care 2. And now we are here again in November with advanced pharmacology for the second time. And I rerouted some of our content. Previously, we were going to have cardiology, cardiac in the last week, which sucked, to put it frankly. And so it's changed, and we're going to do cardiac first because it's a lot of content. And I need to build you guys a strong basis for cardiac, renal, before you come back and see me in complex care. Okay, it's so important that we build a really strong base before I see you again. So I graduated nursing school in a diploma program in 2018 from Jameson School of Nursing, which is in Newcastle. Before that, I actually went to ITT Tech in Austintown because I'm from the Mahoning Valley. I live here now. And it was a 27-month program, much like this program. And the Department of Education shut them down 3 months before I was supposed to graduate. I completed 24 out of 27 months, all of my gen eds, all of my nursing courses, everything. And then on September 6th, 2016, we got an email that our school was shut down nationally. So across the whole entire country. And it was devastating. And nobody would touch us because we came from a school with bad ethics. And they were accepting people into their programs that they should have never accepted, that didn't even qualify. Specifically, in my case, I have really severe ADHD. Your girl is medicated, okay? And I like it that way. And in high school, I actually almost failed high school. Make sure you mute your camera. Mute your cameras or mute your mics, please. So anyway, I almost failed high school biology. I got a D. I should have never been accepted into their nursing program because I didn't qualify to be accepted into their nursing program. So when I went to Jameson, I had to retake high school biology at 24 years old, so that I could get accepted into their nursing program. So you're probably thinking like, wow, a person that failed biology is now teaching me advanced pharmacology. That's crazy. It is. I've come a long way. And like I said, your girl's medicated now. So ADHD is not fun in high school. So anyway, Jameson accepted us into the second half of their freshman year. So that meant that I have gone to nursing school twice on no fault of my own. And I had to redo every class that came with a clinic. So I have had every class twice. I have had every clinical twice. And the silver lining was that I did get $30,000 discharged from my student loans from ITT Tech because it was a $55,000 school. And I'm super grateful for that. But at the time, it was the worst thing that could ever happen to me in my life. But looking back, it was probably one of the best things that happened to me because I was able to actually learn content instead of memorizing it. And I think it made me a better nurse and it made me a better teacher. So anywho, I graduated from nursing school in 2018. I started at Saney's, Maine in Youngstown on a step down tele unit called PIC. If you guys from Niles have been downtown, PIC is on the 4th floor. It was a wonderful place to start. And then about a year and a half later, I transferred to the medical ICU, which I absolutely loved. And then COVID came. And we as a team worked tirelessly through COVID. All of our patients died. It was very, very sad. And it all affected us extremely monumentally. And at that point, I had gotten married. I had experienced about 3 years of infertility, and we were finally about to do IVF. And I was getting ready to transfer an embryo, and I had the perfect opportunity to work from home. So I got a job working from home for the transfer center for Mercy Health, Bon Secours, and I was able to work from home throughout my pregnancy and throughout my son's first year, which was really amazing. And then I said, I got to get out of this house because in the meantime, we moved here. I live in Green, and I didn't know anyone. And it was me and my mother-in-law and my baby and my husband that was working constantly. And I was very lonely. So I said, I got to get out of this house. And I got a job at Akron Children's in the OR. It was the first time I had ever done any pediatric nursing. I have never worked peds on the floor, which is why I do not teach peds, but OR nursing was really wonderful. I did that for 2 years. I got my bachelor's degree during that time, and then I started an NP program, and I said, you know what? I really don't want to be an NP. What am I doing? I love education. Why am I doing this? And in the meantime, I started teaching clinical for Kent and Walsh, and I loved it. So then I started looking for jobs because I wanted to go full-time into teaching, and now we're here. So that's my story. That's my life. You're going to hear me talk about my husband a lot, my kid a lot. His name is Henry. He's 3.5 and he's crazy. He went to school with his Spider-Man mask on today, and he still has it on. They sent me a picture from daycare, and he was eating breakfast with his Spider-Man mask. So he's character. Also, you'll hear me talk about my mother-in-law a lot because she's a pain in my buttocks, but she's also my best friend. So, yeah, I have a passion for teaching. I love it significantly, and I'm really, really excited to have this opportunity with you, and then see how much my hard work pays off when I see you in Complex Care Y. Okay, so we are going to go over the syllabus and our course outline. I do want to let you know that I very, very much love building a relationship with all of my students. I enjoy it very much, but please don't take advantage of me because I will not allow it, and you will see a side of me that you really do not want to see. Okay? I have so much respect for each and every one of you, and I ask that you have the same respect for me and my time. We are all adults here. I am not going to be tracking you down and babysitting you. If you do not get the content, if you do not participate in class, if you want to hop offline and not pay attention, that's not my problem, that's yours. So I will end up marking you absent. There are times where I will stop recording because I want to have some type of review or some type of key points. And they will not be available on that recording. They will only be available when you are actively in my class. Okay. Clinical expectations. Obviously, I am also the clinical coordinator. Oh boy, sorry, I got distracted. I'm also the clinical coordinator. You guys get lots of emails from me about signing things and all the things. So, representing ourselves in a clinical setting is extremely important to me. It is my job to make sure that we have good affiliations and we are in good standing with our clinical sites. Okay. I know last month there were a couple issues at a clinical site. I'm going to tell you right now that it will never happen again. It's over. Okay. And if a situation occurs at a clinical site and your instructor walks up to you and says, you have had unprofessional behavior, you are unsafe passing medications, or any reason, etc., you look at that clinical instructor and you say, yes, sir, yes, ma'am, and you walk out that door. Are we all in understanding? Does everyone understand me? Okay. It will not be tolerated, and I will not stand for it. Okay. So, once you get out of that clinical facility and you get in your car and you drive away, then you start making your phone calls. Okay. You call your ADON, you call your clinical coordinator, you call your lead instructor. Okay. You do not and will not make a scene at a clinical site. Okay. Perfect. Okay. Now that that is out of the way. Oh, one more thing. When you are in your Ross scrubs, you not only represent yourself, you are also representing this school. So please don't make TikToks in your scrubs. So we have to fail you from the class or dismiss you from the program. Please be on your best behavior while you are wearing your clinical scrubs that say Ross College on them. Okay. If you leave the facility and you go to Dunkin' Donuts and you have your Ross scrubs on and you make a fool out of yourself in the middle of Dunkin' Donuts, you are representing your school. Okay. So you are not only representing yourself, you are representing this school. And that is the last thing I'm going to say about clinical expectations. Okay, moving on. Any questions from anyone about anything I just said? Perfect. Okey-dokey.
Miss Simmons, do you know if they've pulled instructor for us in Sylvania?
I actually have no idea. I don't know what Brandy is doing about that. We'll have to touch base about that later. Okay. Did
Because I'm
everybody
guessing
do
that
their,
means that our clinical site is going to change then as well.
I don't know. I honestly, I really don't know. And I don't have my
Okay.
schedule in front of Right now, I'm not wearing my clinical coordinator hat. I'm wearing my teacher hat.
I
Okay.
got you.
So
Okay.
right now I won't be able to answer those questions. Did everybody do their acknowledgements?
Miss Simmons.
I didn't. I'm
Yep.
gonna do that now.
Okay.
I have more of a statement rather than a question, but there are some of us from Niles that have never done a clinical site at a hospital, and we were at the same nursing home for
Yeah.
7 months in a row. So
Mm-hmm.
I just wanted to point that out because you said about some of us being at the downtown Youngstown Mercy.
Oh, but you guys are going to the hospital this month, right?
Yes, we're at St. Joseph's in Warren, but I just wanted to put it out there because I know having a little bit of like the hospital clinical helps in a sense, but some of us haven't had it. So
It is going to help tremendously. I have worked so hard to get every single one of you in a hospital this term. I have worked so hard with all of your ADONs. It has been a challenge, but I think we have everyone within a hospital system this month. And I am so excited for you guys to have more opportunities from here on out in the hospital setting. It is truly one of my biggest goals. Okay.
So did Cincinnati change because we were told that we were in Doverwood? That's a nursing home.
Listen, guys, like I said, I need to be a teacher right now. I am not a clinical coordinator right now. So I cannot talk to all 41 of you about your clinical sites. So let's get into our class. Okay.
I have a question, but it's about the point. When I put my code in, it's saying that I don't have access still.
Okay. So you are going to, you might have lost access to your book. So you need to send an email to Dr. Bowling
Mm-hmm.
about book access.
Okay, thank you.
Would that still would happen with ATI? Because when I go into ATI, I still have nothing on there.
That is correct. And I already said something to her this morning.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Okay, can everybody see my screen?
Yes.
Okay, so this is your syllabus. This is for RN 2210 Advanced Pharmacology. You have 15 planned clinical hours, so you only have 2 clinical days this month. We are using the Karch's 9th edition pharmacology book. Scroll. Why aren't you scrolling? Okay, there we go. Okay, so grading. We know that test 1 or exam 1 and exam 2 are both 25% each, which equals 50% of your grade. And then your final exam is 35% of your grade. We have a ton of content. I understand looking at it, it's very daunting. But it is there for a reason because this class is so extremely important. And I need you guys to learn as much as you can, absorb as much as you can about these topics, because these are things that you're going to see as a nurse in acute care, long-term care, and sometimes even in a nursing home every day that you work. Okay, so there's a lot of prep views, there's a lot of 1-minute nurses, there's a lot of practice and learns. The 1-minute nurses, 50% of that is the notes you take on the video, and then the other 50% is the quiz that you have to take. If you don't do the quiz, you don't get the points. Okay? You have a couple practice and learns, and then we have the ATIs. We have a practice test 1 with remediation, I'm sorry, A, practice test B, and then you have the proctored pharmacology exam. Unfortunately, you are going to see medications on these exams that I am not going to talk about. And it's because we are only covering cardiac, renal, GI, and endocrine, and antibiotics, and antivirals. There's a lot more drugs out there that we are not covering in this class, okay, that you should have gotten in your first pharmacology class. And I understand that there were some situations in the first pharmacology class that maybe weren't very conducive to learning, but that's why we have our practice. That's why we have our dynamic quizzing. That's why we have our ATI books. We have our med surg books. We have all the books that we need to hopefully prepare us for our proctored ATI. We do not have a math module in this class. Okay, so that means that you have the practice worksheet that's on Brightspace, and then you have the exam 1, and then if you do not pass exam 1, you have remediation 1, and then you have exam 2, and then if you do not pass exam 2, you have remediation 2, and then there is also a final math exam. They are all exactly the same. I can promise you that because I made them. They are all exactly 100% the same, except the numbers are different. So it is imperative that we get really good at doing our dimensional analysis and our math so that we can hopefully pass it the first time. Okay? Ooh. Pants caught. Okay, so your Lippincott assignments, you need to have a mastery level 6 on your prep use. The 1-minute nurses, like I said, you have to have the notes and you also have to have the quiz completion. Please, 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 please upload your report to Brightspace. Okay? They aren't linked. I do not have time to go into your specific Lippincott and see what you have done and what you haven't done. Okay? Take a picture of it, take a screenshot. I don't care how you do it, but please share it with me so I don't have to go searching for it. Okay? Because you're going to say, Jessica Simmons, why do I have a 0 for this assignment? I did it. And I'm going to say, upload your report. Okay?
I have a quick question about the book. We're supposed to receive an email from Terry Chapman for the book code. I've never taken this class before, so I just wanted to verify.
Okay.
Oh,
Yeah.
this is June.
Can you email
Yes,
Terry?
yep, I can. Yep.
Thank you.
No problem. Thank you.
Okay. At this point, we all know about our ATI point system, right? A level 1 with remediation is 50 points. Level 2 with remediation, 65. Level 3 with remediation is 80 points. And then obviously we all have learned by now about our math expectations that you must pass at least one of the math tests with a 9 out of 10 to be able to progress forward. 2 months ago, I lost a student for math, and I am determined that that never happens again. Okay? Because I took it really hard and I cried while she cried, and I don't ever want that to happen again. We have online tutoring. I am here physically. I am right here. So you have, and then Niles, I mean, you guys have Ange Cottrell, you guys have Nicole Bowers. At other campuses, you have your ADONs, you have other instructors that can literally sit with you and help you with your math. I can meet with you about your math. Oof. So please, 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 please utilize your resources.
Is the math exam going to be similar to the practice test that's in Brightspace, so we know like what we should be practicing for math?
Yes, ma'am. I literally just said that. Yes, ma'am. They're all the same. Every single one of those exams are exactly the same on Brightspace. They just have different numbers. Okie doke. All right, so let's go over our course overview, which is basically our calendar. Okay, so week 1, we're going to go over, I know it looks funny and you're like, why are we doing chapter 7 and then jumping all the way to chapter 42? We're starting with chapter 7 because chapter 7 is cell physiology. This is literally the anatomy and physiology of a human cell, okay? And it doesn't make sense to do it when we're doing antibiotics and antivirals when it really should be the thing that we start with, okay? Once we get done with cell physiology, we're then going to jump into cardiac. We're going to do an overview of the anatomy and physiology of the cardiac system, blood pressure, heart failure meds, antiarrhythmics, and anti-angina agents, okay? By the time you get to me in complex care and you see on your exam that AFib treats diltiazem, aka cardizem, and you look at me and say, well, I didn't choose that because I don't know what diltiazem is, that's unacceptable because guess what? You're going to know what it is. I'm going to make sure you know what it is. Okay. We have a ton, so much stuff due this week. It's absolutely insane. Now, one of you are going to ask me, when you get into your Lippincon course, you're going to send me an email or you're going to put your hand up and you're going to say, can we have all of them released all at the same time so I can just get them all done? Absolutely not. The answer is absolutely not. Because we are focusing on the information that we are doing this week. This week, we are doing cardiac, which means you only have access to do your assignments for cardiac. Next week, when we move on, you will then have access to do your assignments for that subject. So please, please do not ask because it will not happen. Okay, so we have prep use for chapter 43, 44, 47. We have 1-minute nurses on antihypertensives, nitroglycerin, statins, warfarin, and heparin. And then you also have your practice test A with remediation. These are all due by Sunday at midnight. Week 2, we jump in. Yes.
For our Lippincott, for let's just say chapter 43, mine already says submitted. Is there a way that you can refresh that so it starts new? How does that work if we, I know we have to do them again, obviously, but how does that restart?
So what we're going to have to do is scrub the old so that you have like a clean slate. So that's a good question. Okay, so week 2, we're going into the renal system, diuretic agents, drugs to treat the urinary tract and bladder, and then we're going into endocrine. Why do we do cardiac before we do renal? Well, it's important to learn about antihypertensive drugs and all the things that go along with that because guess who regulates your blood pressure? The kidneys. The kidneys. The kidneys. All right, so you have prep U's for 52 and 38. You have 1 minute nurses for loop diuretics, prednisone. You have a practice and learn for diabetes, and then you have your ATI practice test B. Also, obviously, you have an exam week 2. So then week 3, we go into chemotherapeutic agents, anti-infective agents, antibiotics, antivirals, antifungals, antiprotozoals, anti-helminetics, which are dewormers. So gross. And anti-neoplastics. You have a prep U, 1 minute nurse, 2 1 minute nurses, and a practice and learn, 2 practice and learns. And then week 4, we have immune system, anti-inflammatories, immune modulators, vaccines, and then the GI system. So we are starting out super complicated with the cardiac system, also complicated with the renal system, and then we just kind of get to easier topics, which once we get to antibiotics, you're gonna be like, Jess, that's not easy. I guess it just depends on how you feel about cardiac. So, okay, so then let's go over some dates. So we have class Mondays and Tuesdays. November 4th is your exam 1. Should probably share this. Oops. Okay, so November 4th is exam 1 with lecture to follow. So all of those first assignments are going to be due on November 2nd at midnight. Right? Sunday at midnight. Okay. So then for week 2, all of your assignments are going to be due November 9th at midnight. Week 3, all of your assignments are going to be due November 16th at midnight. And then week 4, all of your assignments are due Friday by 8 a.m. Okay, Friday would be the 21st, November 21st. Okay, I don't want to have to chase you down for your assignments in Brightspace. As the clinical coordinator, I have a lot to do, a lot of work to do on the last day of the term. And I would prefer to have all of your final grades done on Friday, by Friday morning. Would be very nice. So you have your second exam on November 11th, 9:30. You have, oh, I'm sorry. Your second exam is, Jesus, November 11th. And then after that, your final exam is the 19th, and your ATI is the day before on the 18th. That day, November 17th, hopefully we have wrapped up all of lecture. If we haven't, I did this last month where I recorded a lecture because I would have rather had a review day for your final than to spend that time during lecture and then have no time for review. So if we get to that situation, I will record lecture, and it's probably only going to be a small amount of information anyways. If we do have anything left over, I will send it to you in that group email. And then that Monday will hopefully be a complete review day. Okay. That is not recorded, by the way. The review day is not recorded. Okay, so is everyone clear on the dates? The dates, the times for your ATI, for your final, for your exams, the dates that things are due? Yes? Okay, perfect. You all got clinical expectation contracts from me yesterday or Saturday, whichever day that was. Please sign them through DocHub. Please download it and then please upload it to Brightspace. Please, please, please. Please don't make me come after you in week 4 and say, why don't I have your contract? I sent it to you 4 weeks ago. Okay, so please do that for me.
Miss Simmons.
All right. If you did not receive it in your email, check your spam. If it is also not in your spam, then email me and say, hey, I didn't get this, and I will resend it to you.
Miss
Okay.
Simmons.
Yes.
I realized after I had sent the final for the clinical expectation, instead of it saying MedSurg 3, it put Measure 3. So I don't know if I need to correct that.
Well, this is advanced pharmacology, Miss Veronica. This is not MedSurg 3.
It said the course facility, like our floor. So I put we were on MedSurg 3, but it corrected MedSurg into Measure, and I realized that it was already finalized. So I didn't know if I had to redo that or if it was just an okay mistake.
I can just resend it. Just send me an email to resend it to you, okay?
Okay, and then I have one other question. Are you able to do, since our exams are at 9:30, I didn't know if you were able to do like a review beforehand or like following the lecture the day before or at some point?
So, what I do is a little special. I'm not allowed to give points for it anymore, unfortunately. I used to give a point for it, but I can't do that anymore, which really sucks. But one of my absolute favorite teachers that I ever had gave us key points, and there was no real explanation. Say, I am testing you on antiarrhythmic drugs, and I want you to know the therapeutic level of digoxin, and I want you to be able to tell me what puts patients at risk for dig toxicity. I want you to be able to tell me the antidote for toxicity. I also want you to tell me the signs and symptoms of digoxin toxicity. All I'm going to say for that key point situation is digoxin. And I expect you to tell me everything you need to know about digoxin. Okay. So am I ever going to give you a question that says, what is the therapeutic level of digoxin? For a key point? No, absolutely not. In order for me to ethically and morally give you key points for you to study, it is going to be a very broad subject that will lead you in the direction that I want you to go. Now, previously, I had all of my students turn them in to me, handwritten, and I gave a point towards your exam. I'm no longer allowed to do that, which sucks because it really helped my students tremendously. Especially if you ask any of the returning students that I had in August, they would tell you how helpful these key points are. So just because you're not getting a point for them doesn't mean that you shouldn't do them, because they are truly extremely helpful. So the last day of lecture, maybe not even the last day. I might even do it the weekend before, because you have lecture on Monday and then exam on Tuesday, which sucks because I really like having class Monday, Wednesday, and then I can do it Monday. You know what? You catch my drift. So I will decide when I'm going to give you those key points. It probably most likely will be in an email on a Friday in our group email where it says, "Hi guys, here are your key points for your exam." And like I said, they're going to be very broad. And it is up to you to put in the work to understand and review that subject. Now, your points are worth 50, or your exams are worth 50 points. Do you really think I'm going to give you 50 key points? Absolutely not. You're going to get lucky to get 15. Okay? So, does that mean that you're only studying the 15 things that I told you to study? Absolutely not. So when you take your exam and you bomb it because you only studied the 15 key points and you said, "Well, Jess, you gave me this and this is what I studied." Well, hear me and hear me now that you will be tested on more things than just the key points that I send you. Okay? Good. All right. So I do want to go over math today. Would you like to go over math now, or would you like to start cardiac and go over math at the end of the class?
Can we start cardiac?
So that's again. What do we think? Does everyone agree?
Yeah, let's start cardiac.
Yes.
Just
That's
get
fine.
this. Can't take it. All right, we are going to start with chapter 7. Do we need a couple minutes? Little 10-minute wet your whistle. Okay,
Yes,
go
please.
pee. All right, 10:35. I'm going to start talking again. Okay?
Miss Simmons, are you still there? So
Yeah,
are we allowed to drive to your site for in-person classes?
if you wanted to. Are you Niles?
Yeah, I'm a returning student and I literally think that I studied more in my August class than I did the whole 7 months prior. Made more note cards, everything, and I failed by the hair of my chinny chin chin. So I just want to, like, I don't know if there's like another teacher also doing like advanced Pharm. I was going to reach out to Missy.
I'm doing all of it. I'm doing the entire class. So if you absolutely, if you want to drive from Niles to North Canton and you want to be here in person, I will never tell you no. Never, ever, ever, ever,
Okay,
ever.
I just want to try to get the most that I can instilled in my brain. I've literally the whole 2 months I've stayed on top of like doing dynamic quizzes, you know what I mean? So like I don't want to fail. I don't have a choice this time. This would be my second fail, so I don't have a choice. But I didn't, and some of us didn't know if we were allowed to drive to the campus and stuff like that. So I just didn't know if it would be more helpful being in
100%.
person.
I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, which means I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 more computers that are open.
I have my laptop
So
and I will sit happily on the floor crisscross applesauce for all I care.
If it is 100% up to you guys, I would be more than happy to have you in front of my face.
Okay, thank you. I
Okay.
just wanted to ask that ahead of time before I just showed up at a
Absolutely.
different campus.
Does that include June and Miss Edna? Does that include you guys too? Are you Niles?
No,
Yes.
no, Ariana.
My,
I'm like an hour and a half away. I would love to sit in front of the class. That would
I'm from Niles, and this is my second time taking this class. The first time I passed, the second time I failed by like a few points, but none of my book or assignments were available to me the second round into the third week. And then I did 3 days with 3 weeks of assignments. One of my assignments never was credited to me.
Edna, you're breaking up a
And
lot.
Yeah, you're breaking up so
Oh,
bad.
I'm sorry.
I mean, I got the gist of it though.
I don't
You
know why.
didn't have access to your assignments, you got it late. Wait, but if you passed it the first time, why are you taking it? Why did you take it a second time? I don't understand.
So they
They changed
decided
the
to change the
curriculum.
curriculum last
Oh,
year,
yeah.
and we had to sign up for the new curriculum, and we had to repeat like 4 of the nursing courses we already did, and the clinicals we already did. Even though we passed, we had to do them over again, and
Did you
this
did
has
you
been
hear my
like
story? Did you hear my
traumatizing.
story when I started all
Did
of
I
this?
get one?
Did you hear my story
Yes.
about how I had to redo nursing
Yes.
school? So you're preaching to the choir, girlfriend, okay? I get it. I get it.
Yes.
It's horrible. But I will tell you
Yes.
now, it made me a better nurse and it made me a better student and it made me a better teacher. So do I have compassion for your situation? 100% because I experienced it. But at the same time, I promise you, when it's all said and done, everything happens for a reason and it's going to shape you in who you are going to be. I promise you that. I am proof. The proof is in the pudding.
Thank you.
So, if I need to
I have
know
one
how
question
many
though.
oh yeah, go ahead.
Will I have the same issue, like, because
You
they
better
needed to go in and scrub and assignments? I'm hoping I have it available this time around.
So Edna, what we're gonna do is you're gonna make sure you have access right now, today, right this very
Oh,
second. We're going to
okay,
make sure right off rip, so we're not dealing with this 3 weeks from now, and then we're like, oh my God, because that would just be
right,
crazy and ridiculous.
If you
right.
want, I
But
think Dr. Short is
I
available right now. I messaged her and she already got my lip and cot set up and she's doing ATI later tonight, she said, by the end of the
oh
day.
good. So yeah, well, if you want to send a message to Dr. Short, that would be great.
Okay.
I will
Terry
need a
Chapman is
list.
also someone else we could reach out to.
Yeah,
I
I will
reached
need a list.
out.
I reached out to Terry the first go round, and I never even got a response from her.
Well, here's
It was
the thing. Terry is our chief nursing officer, and she has about 1,000 emails every day, and sometimes they get missed. And it really, believe me, it really sucks. Sometimes I email her and then I run to her office and I'm like, hey, look at the email I just sent you. Because I don't want her to miss it. She's a very, very busy lady. So if you do not get your answer within probably 24 to 48 hours, you need to be reaching out to someone else, like myself or your ADON, for them to be able to solve your problem. Okay. Go ahead.
So I emailed Terry Chapman and she told me that it's supposed to be the same book that I had for the first pharmacology, but they changed the curriculum and I don't have access to the book anymore. And I've been waiting now because she emailed me that 20 minutes ago and I'm still waiting for her to email me back again. So I still don't
Okay,
have
girlfriend,
access
I did
either.
email
if you think that Terry Chapman is going to email you back in 20 minutes, you're absolutely out of your mind.
you.
I just told
No,
you she's so busy and she has 1,000 emails to get through, and you're like,
she
it's been 20
she
minutes. I
already
haven't heard.
emailed me once. That's what I'm saying.
I
So she told me that it's supposed to be the same book, but I don't have
yeah,
access though. So that's what I was just telling you.
I
I
completely
can probably
understand.
send you.
Somebody else said that they reached out to Dr. Short and Dr. Short was able to do it for them.
I don't know who that is. I've never emailed that person.
Cindy Short, CSHORT at rosseducation.edu. And who just sent that? Was that Veronica? Veronica, I've had luck doing Chapman, my ADON, and the course leader all in one email. Absolutely. You really should not, when you have something this important that needs to get done, you really should not be emailing one person. You should be emailing the director, your ADON, and the course instructor.
I also
Because
emailed Kay Bowling too, and she had told me to reach out to my instructor, my lead instructor, which is you. But then I had
that's
also
because
emailed Terry Chapman, so I did reach out to 2 people. I'm
Did you
trying.
let
okay.
Terry Chapman? Did you let
Yeah.
Terry Chapman know
I
that
did.
you're from the I actually had to email her again because she told me to go to the book from Intro to Pharmacology, and I told her, well, I haven't had Pharm in over a year, so can you? What am
Yeah,
I supposed to do?
I don't have a farm book at all.
When you
Yeah,
have when you communicate with people, you need to give them the entire story, not just, hey, I can't get into my book. You need to give them the entire narrative, because if you think they have time to go in and research your specific situation with 600 students, that is a lot to ask for. So you email all three people, you email Chapman, Dr. Bowling, and Jessica Simmons, and you say, hi, my name is Aries. I am in RN 2210 Advanced Pharmacology. I tried to get onto my Lippincott, but it's been over a year since I've had access to my book. Is there any way that I can get a new book code, or I can get my content scrubbed so that I can adequately perform in my class this term? Sincerely, Aries Gillespie.
It was very similar to that.
Yeah, it was. I had the same situation, and I did my ADON, my instructor, and Terry, and it ended up being another teacher that got results. But again, it was the end of the 3 weeks. I went into the school several times. It was crazy. I'm hoping for a better turnaround this time.
It is 100% going to be a better situation.
Yes.
Um,
I also had a
Okay, so
oh, I'm sorry.
I went ahead and
no,
sent
go ahead.
a
I'm just
email that
trying to
Terry
figure out.
Chapman emailed this gentleman, Justin. I just added him in the chat. You can try to reach out to him directly. He's her direct contact for Lippincott. You might be able to at him in your chat
That
with
is,
her so that he knows that you
that
need
is correct.
access to the book, because that's what she had to do with me.
Okay, but you know what needs to happen? Because listen to me, before you do anything, please listen to the words that are coming out of my mouth. I do not want him to get 40 separate emails. Okay? You guys, please put your name in the chat that says you need, and tell me what you need. I need Lippincott scrubbed. I need a new book code. What you need in the chat, so that I can email Justin with all of your names and have it done when we go on our next break, instead of him getting 40 separate emails. Because I don't want to get in trouble for him getting bombarded with 40 emails. Okay? Is everybody hearing me?
Yes.
Thank you.
I have one more question. And I'm sorry, this was totally not like a 10-minute break for you. Just because of seating with computers and everything, if we were to come and like, are like some of us, at least if we were able to maybe reach out to you prior, are we allowed to come and take our exam at your campus and then be able to stay there for the lecture? Just because Canton from my house, it's like an hour and 8-minute drive, and I'm also a 35-minute drive to Niles.
Mm-hmm.
So either way, I'm doing a bit of driving, but I just didn't know if I had to take my test in Niles and then drive. We only get the half-hour commute time in between usually, so I didn't want to.
So that is something that would have to go through ADONs. So you would have to include Missy and Christy, probably and Terry, to get approval to do something like that, because there are proctors at Niles waiting for you, and you can't just not show up and then show up here. So it would have to be something that is
That's what I said. As long
approved.
as we got like prior approval, just because I know even at Niles, I mean, we've had to use 2 rooms for one test, and then there's sometimes where there's only been 8 of us in one room. So I know that there's like seating difficulties, but I also know Niles is one of the smaller sites. So that's why obviously I would reach out and make sure that it was okay. Because I said something about coming into lecture, and then I was like, oh, well, we have our test prior. So driving out there after the test, you know what I mean? So, okay, I'll email that on a separate occasion. Thank you again for clarification.
For sure. Absolutely. Because like I said, I would love to be face to face with as many of you as I can possibly have. But at the same time, I have a limited amount of chairs and computers. So we'd have to get approval for that. Like my little tablet. These are all of your exam questions. You think I'm kidding? One thing that I really believe in, and I will tell you, when I was a nursing student, I was that person that went to my instructor with book in hand and said, I didn't get that wrong. The answer is right here on page blah, blah, blah. So as an instructor, I like to make sure I find my content in the book so that you can't come up to me and be like, no, this is the answer. And I'm going to be like, excuse me, Miss Ma'am, the answer right here. So you will always be able to find your answers in our book, which means please open your book. Please use your book because I use the book. Okay. All right. I see a lot of cameras not on, but I'm moving on. So if any, I don't know what to tell those people. Okay.
While you cue that up, I had a quick question and I'm so sorry. I drive an hour and a half for school. So do you want me to join the ring like on my phone while I'm driving home? What's your
Sure.
preference, as an educator?
Sure, I don't care. So I mean, obviously you can't take notes while you're driving. But at the same time, I would hate for you to miss out on those key points or special review things that I do that aren't recorded. So what moments are you specifically talking about? Like before like after your exam where you're driving home?
Yeah, so if we have class after the exam, it takes me an hour and a half to get home.
Oh my God. That's
yeah.
a long.
Yeah, but listen, it's gonna be worth it in 8 months.
Amen. Amen. I would never give key points or review things like right after an exam because we're starting new content. So you can absolutely join from your phone so that I can count you, into attendance. And then, like I told you, I send out the recording. The recording is available to me later tonight, depending on how many hours long it is. And then it will either be tonight or tomorrow that I send out the recording.
And one more, do we upload notes anywhere? We want to prepare
No,
if that's
ma'am.
something. Okay.
You no longer get credit for notes. I don't know when that stops, but it's definitely not part of my class. So I don't care how you take notes, what you do for notes. It doesn't matter to me. But I will not be looking at them. Okay.
For the 1 minute nurses?
All right, we're starting.
Just 1 minute.
Oh, for the 1 minute. I'm so sorry. I thought you meant for class.
I did mean
like your. Oh, okay. Your 1 minute nurse notes get uploaded to Brightspace, please. Okay.
Thanks.
Uh-huh. Okay, so we are starting with chapter 7. Does everybody have their PowerPoints? Do you print? Do you need them printed? I tried to put them on this morning. Okay,
Before
so
you
that's
start, I
things
just
you
want to make sure you can see me.
say
Can
that
you see
again.
me?
I see you, girl.
Some stuff about cameras. Okay, I just wanted to I didn't want to get marked not here.
No, you're good. I see you. I see you. And also there are going to be times if I don't have a lot of participation, I will be calling you out. Because it's important that our online friends get the same opportunities that our in-person friends get. It's okay if you tell me you don't know the answer. I would rather you not lie to me, and then we can work out the answer together, or we can go to somebody else, which is totally fine. All of those things are appropriate and fine. So if I put you on the spot, it's okay. Don't panic. We will get through it together. But it's just very important to be able to have everybody involved. Who needs PowerPoints for today? How many hands? 1, 2, 3. Okay.
Okay, I just have one question really quick before we get started. Test one, I know is chapter 7 going to be included? I know we have to read it, but is chapter 7 also going
Yes,
to be
ma'am.
included? Or well, okay, what
Yes, ma'am.
chapters is going to be over test one?
Girlfriend, it is on all of this information that is in your syllabus that we are covering in week 1.
Okay.
Would you like 3 slides to a page with notes?
Yes.
Do you care if it's front and back? Is that okay? I like to save paper. I care about the trees. Okay, who knows where the faculty, Chelsea, you know where it is. That's where you did your math, where the faculty sit.
Yep.
It's the printer right next to that room.
Just to double check, we're starting with cardiology, not chapter 7, right?
Hey
We are
Jessica, so
starting at
sorry to
chapter
bug
7.
you. For ATI,
Oh,
is there a
okay.
code that we're supposed to get also?
We are going from chapter 7 and then we are going to chapter 42.
Okay.
Sounds like a plan.
Thank you.
No, ma'am. If you could please send that in the chat that you have access to ATI, that would be wonderful. Error printing. What do you mean error printing? The printer couldn't print. Why?
Can you please
Oh,
let me in
Jesus.
on my phone?
Yeah, hold on. Can somebody go out there and either tell Michelle, the lady at the front desk, or try to figure out what's going on with his computer? You have a beautiful voice. Put yourself on. Miss
Justice.
Justice, you have a beautiful voice, my friend. She's just singing. There she goes. She's just singing. She does have a very good voice, though.
I didn't see it on the syllabus. Do you have a Calendarly where we can schedule meetings?
I do. I do. I need to add that. That's a very good point. Yes, I do. Okay, this is about to be really funny.
Listen,
Who? Where is that?
I and I bought the
Whose
batteries
smoke
and
alarm just chirped?
everything. I have
Because I swear, Rochelle, if it's yours, and you still have not replaced that battery since the last time I talked to you, was it yours? Tell me it was yours. I can't even.
every thought to change it. I have the battery and everything. I just haven't changed it
It's
yet.
about to be winter. You better change those batteries out today. This is the dangerous time of year.
How did I know? Is it printing? What's wrong with it? Huh?
There's nothing.
I know. Did you ask Michelle? How frustrating is life? So frustrating for me, for Jessica. Print. Rochelle, if you don't get that changed, I'm coming after you.
I have my
I'm coming
fiance
after
change it tonight.
you. Better. Better. She's gonna talk to her fiance and be like, she called me out in front of everybody. I just knew. I'm like, this is gonna be hilarious if this is seriously still her from the
I
last time
just
I
text
talked to
him
her.
like, all right, we gotta get on it.
Okay, let me go see it. Okay, can everybody hear me? Yes, okay.
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. It's very annoying. Okay. Let's get started. Or I need to reshare. Okay, so chapter 7 is super short. So chemotherapeutic drugs are used to destroy invading organisms and abnormal cells. So these drugs attack bacteria, viruses, parasites, protozoa, fungi, neoplasms, and cancer. There should be 3 copies of each. Yeah. I need one more of those. Okay, so actions of these drugs, they alter cellular function or disrupting cellular integrity, causing cell death, and prevent cellular reproduction, eventually leading to cell death. So, chemotherapeutic drugs, what do you think they are? I mean, we're looking at a list of their actions. What are they? What classification of drug?
They're a toxin, right?
Can you let me in on my iPad?
I just did. So the drugs we're talking about are antibiotics, antivirals, antiprotozoas, to kill parasites, antifungals. So that's what we call chemotherapeutic drugs. So this will take you back to 6th grade. I remember building a cell in 6th grade, and I really enjoyed it. So this is the cell in all of its parts. We have our fun little nucleus right in the center. That's where all of our DNA is stored. What part of the cell is responsible for energy production? The mitochondria, yes. So that is super, super important. I would put a star next to that. The mitochondria is the powerhouse of the cell. That's what they call it, the powerhouse of the cell. It is responsible for ATP. What is ATP? ATP is a very long and complicated chemical equation that uses glucose and oxygen and other things to produce energy. So, in order for our bodies to produce energy and use energy, we must have mitochondria, which are responsible for ATP, which is the powerhouse of the cell. So, the cell nucleus, each cell is programmed by the genes for the production of specific proteins. Nucleus contains genetic material. We already talked about that, DNA, RNA, all the things. And it regulates cellular production of proteins. Our cells are surrounded by proteins. There's proteins inside, there's proteins outside. There are protein pumps. There are little doors with keys that we'll talk about that you need a specific protein to be able to open the door on the wall or on the wall of the cell to be able to get into the cell, okay? And then we have ribosomes, which are sites of protein synthesis within the cell. So even though our cells are really teeny tiny, they are responsible for an incredible amount of things. So we have our cell membrane. Thank you. So your cell membrane surrounds the cell. It separates the intracellular fluid and the extracellular fluid. This is extremely important when we talk about intracellular versus extracellular. If I told you, or if I asked you, where is serum sodium? Is it intracellular or extracellular? When we're talking about electrolytes.
Extracellular.
Intro.
It is extracellular. So a good way to know if an electrolyte or ion is intra or extracellular, the numbers are bigger. So what is our normal sodium level?
135 to 145.
135 to 150.
135 to 145. Now, that is your standard NCLEX. There are facilities, you will hear me say this a lot. Every facility has their own lab levels. Okay, so there's one facility that you go to that could be 136 to 146. Okay, you could see a potassium. I've seen potassium sometimes 3.5 to 5.2. That's normal at some other facility. Okay, we have a standard, which is what NCLEX goes by. I have a list for you, by the way, for NCLEX appropriate lab values. I will add it to Brightspace. Somebody remind me to do that. And when you have a bigger number, like 135, that means that a lot of that electrolyte is outside of the cell. Okay, so with me saying that, and then me saying that a normal potassium is 3.5 to 5, do you think that potassium is intracellular or extracellular?
Intra.
It is intracellular. So that means that most of the potassium that we have in our bodies live inside the cell. And only a small amount is allowed to live outside the cell. Okay? So when we're looking at electrolytes and you draw blood to get that electrolyte level, you're looking at what is currently circulating within your serum plasma. So not within the cells. You're looking at what's outside of the cells. Okay. Oh, I almost fell over. Okay. So I said earlier that our cells are wrapped in proteins. Okay. So they could be lipoproteins, which are fat, right? If we talk about lipids, we're talking about fats. So phospholipids, glycolipids, that means like they're sugar fat, cholesterol. Okay. And then we have different receptor sites. Remember, I told you that our cells have doors all around them. Those are your receptor sites. And we need specific keys to open those doors so that things can go in and out of the cell. Okay? They're like puzzle pieces. I can't get into the cell if I don't have the right puzzle piece or key to open that door. Okay? So then we have surface antigens that play an important role of cellular immunity. This is where your body can recognize bacteria or viruses or things that they see and they're like, oh, I've seen you before. I have an antibody for you because they recognize the antigen. Okay. So then histocompatibility proteins allow for self-identification that says, oh, you belong in the colon. Oh, you are a breast cell. Oh, you are part of the epidermis. Okay. And then the immune system recognizes proteins and acts to protect self cells and destroy non-self cells. So this is when your detects that, hey, you're foreign and I'm not going to let you stay here. Or you have an autoimmune disease. Something's wrong with your immune system recognizing things. So then you have autoantibodies that are attacking your own cells. So something's wrong with the system. Okay. So then also you have channels. These are pores that allow the passage of substances into and out of the cell. So you have different ways of going in and out of the cell, right? You have diffusion. So if I spray perfume over here, it's going to move from what to what concentration? Higher concentration to lower concentration. So that is diffusion of molecules, right? I don't need anything to actively transport that perfume over to you. It's going to do it itself by diffusion, okay? Osmosis, this is the movement of water, right? We've heard, I hope that you've heard, water follows salt, right? So if you have a place that has high solutes, your water is going to follow into that place. That is osmosis. Okay. So then you have active transport. When we're talking about active transport, that's when we're talking about the proteins and the cell receptors and the keys to the doors or the puzzle pieces that fit together that open those places. Okay. So this is a picture of what that cell membrane can look like. These are protein molecules. You have antigens, you have little cholesterol guys. These are your phospholipids, okay? And these are our protein channels, right? So there are receptor sites that need a specific key to open this door to come in. There are channels that are free flowing, that things can go in and out by diffusion. Okay, there's all these different places within the cell membrane that things can move around and do what they need to do. So, true or false, each cell has a preordained program produced by its genes that allow for cell division. True.
True.
I would say that that's true. So, what is cell division? Let's go all the way back to middle school. Okay, how do cells divide? We have two ways that cells divide. Mitosis and meiosis, right? So mitosis is when the cells split their DNA, split from one cell to two cells, right? With chromosome division and then chromosome come back together. This is how we make babies. This is how cells reproduce, right? It would be important for you to know the difference between mitosis and meiosis and how cells actually divide. Okay? So, organelles of the cytoplasm, we have the mitochondria, which we have called what of the cell? The powerhouse of the cell. We have our endoplasmic reticulum, free ribosomes, Golgi apparatus. I always thought that was such a funny little name or word. And then lysosomes. So we have endocytosis and exocytosis. Endo, which means within, exo, outside. So endocytosis involves incorporation of material into the cell. Okay. Exocytosis is removing substances from a cell by pushing them through the cell membrane. Hormones, neurotransmitters, and enzymes are excreted into the body by this process. Homeostasis. This is one of the most important words that you'll ever learn in your life. What is homeostasis? What does it mean? One word. If you could describe homeostasis as one word, what would it be?
Balance.
Balance.
Balance. Homeostasis is balance. Your human body is constantly, every second of every single day, fighting to stay in a homeostatic state. It is our body's job to do that. Okay? This is how we don't just all fall over and die right now and right then and there. Okay? And it works by a negative feedback system. Has anybody ever heard that word? or term? Negative feedback system. Good. Good, good, good. We will talk about that later. Passive transport, we already talked about this. This is the movement of diffusion, osmosis, and facilitated diffusion. I believe I've already discussed these, so I'm not. Active transport, this requires energy. What produces energy through what? Through what process?
Is it ATP?
The mitochondria produces energy through the process of ATP, which is what gives cells the energy to use active transportation. Example is your sodium potassium pump. Now, I hope we all know that our sodium and potassium are on a teeter-totter, right? My sodium is low. If my sodium are on a teeter-totter.
Someone's mic is.
Rochelle, Rochelle,
Maybe
can you
turn your
mute?
mic up. I got it. Okay. So sodium and potassium are on a teeter-totter. Always, always and forever and ever and ever. For potassium to come out of the cell, it needs sodium to go into the cell. They are interchangeable within their sodium-potassium pump. This is active transportation. Okay? And some drugs need active transportation to be able to go in and out of the cell. I don't care about this, and I'm not going to test you on it. And then we're done with that. So chapter 7 was really quick, but it doesn't make sense to wait until week 3. Also, I forgot to. All right, so now we're going into chapter 42. Ha, nice. Okay. All right, introduction to the cardiovascular system. I am going to really go into the anatomy and physiology of the cardiac system because I have noticed in my classes that you guys do not have a strong foundation of cardiac. So I am going to really try to correct that. So the cardiovascular system is, oh, why? Because it's over there. I got so excited. I hate technology. I really, really hate it a lot. I just wanted to do what a PowerPoint is supposed to do and go into, the mode of PowerPointing. Okay. All right, so it is responsible for delivering oxygen and nutrients to all body cells, removing waste products for excretion, and it consists of the heart and interconnected series of tubes that continually move blood throughout the body. There are 4 chambers of the heart. We have the right side of the heart and the left side of the heart. We have the right and left atria, and we have the right and left ventricles. There is a septum right in the middle that differentiates between the right and left. So blood flow into and out of the heart. Does anybody feel comfortable following a drop of blood through the heart? Okay. So on page, well, some of you don't have access on. Oh, it's on the next page. Okay, so follow with me. So you have blood that starts. We're gonna start outside of the heart, okay, in the periphery, and they are coming.
Sorry, I don't mean to cut in, but my phone's on 1% and it's going to die and my computer's doing an update. So as soon as it's done, I'm going to retry to get in.
Okay, perfect. All right, so you have the superior vena cava and the inferior vena cava. Inferior is here, superior is here, right? Okay, so that drop of blood goes into the superior vena cava, or from the bottom, whichever, wherever it's coming from. Okay, and it goes right into the right atrium. Okay, the right atrium is going to contract, which causes the blood in the right atrium to go through the tricuspid valve into the right ventricle. When that happens and that contraction stops, the tricuspid valve is going to close shut. So the blood in the right ventricle can't go back. Okay, it's important that it doesn't go back. That means you have a problem. Okay, so once your blood is in the right ventricle, you are then going to have another contraction, right? Which is going to push blood up into the pulmonary artery, because by the way, the only place in our entire body that artery and veins are reversed, right? Because arteries carry oxygenated blood. Veins carry deoxygenated blood. In the lungs, it's the opposite. It's the only place in the human body that it is the opposite. Okay? So the blood goes into the pulmonary artery through the pulmonic valve into both lungs. Okay? When it goes into those both lungs, it goes down all the way into the little capillary beds where your little alveolar sacs are. And that is where we have gas exchange. Okay? That is where gas exchange occurs within the alveoli and the little capillary beds that are sitting right next to it. Okay? So you have a drop off of carbon dioxide and you have a pickup of oxygen. Okay. So as soon as that happens, it goes all the way back into the pulmonary veins. Okay. From the pulmonary vein, it goes into that left ventricle. Atria, the left atria. That left atria contracts, goes through the mitral valve. As soon as that contraction ends, that mitral valve goes whoop, closed. So it can't go back, right? So now we have found ourselves in the left ventricle. Okay, is where all the magic happens. It's where all your cardiac output comes from. Okay, so all of this blood is going to contract and go out through the aortic valve, through the aorta, whoop, all the way out through your arteries to the rest of your body to oxygenate all of your cells, all of your tissues, everything. Okay? This pressure that is right outside of the left ventricle, what is that called? Anybody know what that's called? See, in two. Say it again.
Static pressure.
No, that's a good.
No.
It's a good guess though, but no. It is called the afterload. Okay, the afterload is the pressure in this aortic artery that your left ventricle has to fight against to get out into the periphery. Okay, what increases afterload?
Is it ejection fraction?
Ejection fraction is a very good guess. Ejection fraction is the measure of blood that comes out of that left ventricle. And you can see that on an echo. The things that can increase your afterload are things like peripheral edema, volume overload. If you have high blood pressure, you're hypertensive, you're hypervolemic, you have all of this fluid that is increasing the pressure in your body because there's so much fluid in your systemic, in your vascular systems. This left ventricle has to work even harder to get the blood out. What happens to a muscle when it's overworked? It's bigger. So what do we call that when this gets bigger? Left ventricular hypertrophy.
Hypertrophy.
Yes, left ventricular hypertrophy. When you have left ventricular hypertrophy, a really high afterload or a high preload, preload comes before right? Before we get there, that's when we have heart failure. Because your heart can only work so hard for so long before that muscle gets tired and it starts failing. Okay? Then we have our cardiac cycle. We're going to go over this heavily in complex care 2. So I would really love for you to remember it. This stimulates contraction. We have the Starling's law of the heart, which is on page, I know I have it marked down somewhere. So Starling's law is on page 726. So it's similar to the stretching of a rubber band, which returns to its normal size after it's stretched. So when those atria and ventricles expand and then contract, dilate and contract, it is kind of like a rubber band where it goes back to its original size. It stretches and then goes back to its original size. So the further it is stretched, the stronger the spring back to normal until it is stretched to a point at which it will not react at all. This property is called Starling's law of the heart. So we have diastole, which is our bottom number, of our blood pressure. We have systole, which is our top number. So during diastole, this is the period of relaxation. This is when blood is coming back to the heart, okay? This is the period after those atria and ventricles contract. Then they have to relax, okay? And then during systole is when you have contraction. We've all done CPR and BLS, right? So remember when you're practicing CPR and they tell you you need to have a full recoil. You need to push all the way down and then you need to come all the way back up with a full recoil. Why?
So the blood can come back through?
Because the blood needs to fill back up. You need to fill back up so that when you go and push again, that it goes back out. You have blood going back out through your cardiac output. If there's no period of relaxation, your cardiac output sucks. Okay? The conduction system of the heart, this is all electricity, all of it, all electrical activity, okay? Your SA node kicks everything off. This is your sinoatrial node. This is also responsible for your P wave. The P wave is the very first electrical stimulation that starts your entire cardiac cycle. Without the P wave, you can't really do anything. Okay? So after the SA node, we jump to the AB node. You notice both of these are red. They are both atrial electrical stimulation. They occur in the atrium. So then we move on into the septum where we have the bundle of His. The bundle of His goes down into the Purkinje fibers. And then those Purkinje fibers wrap around your ventricles, okay? The blue ones are for ventricular contraction. And they go around your ventricles so that the ventricles can contract, okay? If there is a problem with your conduction system, we have a lot of meds that can help with that, okay? And depending on how severe the problem is with your conduction system is how you buy yourself a pacemaker, okay? Do you know what this SA node is referred to? I just said it.
The pacemaker.
Pacemaker of the heart. The SA node is known as the pacemaker of the heart. I implore you to know the cardiac conduction system. Okay. I do not need you to know these phases. I do not need you to know that. But automaticity. Ooh, that's a good point. Okay, is the cell within the heart's electrical system and generate electrical impulses inside your stimuli. The heart with itself. It doesn't need anybody else, any other electricity from anywhere else. It does it by itself. It is its own working organ. It doesn't need anybody to tell it what to do. Okay? Conductivity. This is the specialized cells of the heart that can conduct an impulse rapidly through the system so that the muscle cells of the heart are stimulated at approximately the same time. So Your atria need to be excited and contract at the same time. Your ventricles need to be excited and contract at the same time. Your atria need to relax while the ventricles are contracting, and vice versa. All four chambers cannot contract all at the same time. You'll never have anything go anywhere. Your cardiac output would suck. Okay? So there has to be relaxation up here to have contraction and cardiac output from down here. Make sense? Okay. Conduction velocity is slowest in the AV node and fastest in the Purkinje fibers. Why? Because the Purkinje fiber, well, first of all, why is it slowest in the AV node? What did I just say? The AV node is on the other side of the atria. The atria have to do what for the ventricles to contract?
Relax.
They have to relax. They have to relax. So this conduction needs to be slow. Okay? For everything to have a chance, a half of a second to fill back up so that the Purkinje fibers can be really, really strong and that velocity can make that contraction in the ventricles push all that blood out to the periphery. Okay? Autonomic influences, you have your autonomic nervous system and your sympathetic nervous system. The autonomic nervous system can influence heart rate and rhythm and strength of contraction because it's automatic. And then your sympathetic nervous system stimulates heartbeat to beat faster, speeds conduction through the AV node, causes heart muscle to contract harder. What stimulates our sympathetic nervous system? Who said it? Fight or flight. Fight or flight. Fight or flight. If I need to fight or if I need to run for my life, you best believe my heart is racing. This is your body saying, hey, beat faster. I need more energy. I need more oxygen. I need to run. I need to fight for my life. This is anxiety. Hi, it's me. Anxiety. Okay? Myocardial contraction. This is when the cardiac muscle is stimulated. Calcium enters through the channels in cell membrane and from storage sites. Did you know that calcium was so very important for cardiac conduction? We have a whole category of drugs related to calcium channels, which are called calcium channel blockers, which we are going to learn about at some point today or tomorrow. Calcium inactivates troponin. What troponin has to sound familiar to somebody, right? So if your patient comes in with an MI and they get cardiac markers, it's going to be troponin levels, okay? Actomycin bridges form and break quickly. Proteins slide together, contracting sarcomere, which is the muscle tissue. It's just a fancy word for cardiac muscle tissue. When one cardiac muscle cell is stimulated, they are all stimulated. So this means, remember, the heart all has to work together. Okay, so if one atria cell is stimulated, they're all stimulated. If one ventricular cell is stimulated, they're all stimulated. The heart cells all have to work at the same time for it all to work. Okay. These are just showing the calcium channels through the muscle fibers. So we talked about the cell membrane and how there are different channels that make things move, excite things. Calcium is imperative for cardiac function, and it needs to be able to move in and out of the cell, in and out of those muscle cell fibers. So what does Starling's law of the heart address?
How far it stretches. So see.
Very good. Contractile properties of the heart. Snelling's law of the heart addresses the contractile properties. The further it's stretched, the stronger the spring back to normal until it is stretched to a point at which it will not react. I'm gonna go 10 more minutes. We'll go to lunch at 11. Electrocardiography, ECG or EKG. This is a process of recording patterns of electrical impulses as they move through the heart. This can be a diagnostic tool in care of the cardiac patient. I hope, have all seen an EKG machine. Okay. This machine detects patterns of electrical impulse generation and conduction through the heart and translates it into a recorded pattern. The difference between an electrocardiography and an electrocardiogram is the gram is the measurement. Okay, we're going to go over that heavily in complex care too, where we're talking about rhythm strips and measuring the actual electrical impulses in little teeny tiny 0.04 seconds. Okay. A normal ECG waveform, you have 5 main waves. You have your P wave, which is formed as impulses originating in the SA node or the pacemaker, pass through the atrial tissues. And then you have your QRS complex, depolarization and repolarization. Depolarization is talking about contraction. Repolarization is talking about relaxation. Repolarization, relaxation. Okay. So the QRS complex is the depolarization of the bundle of His and then the ventricles. And the T wave is the repolarization of the ventricles. So the P wave is the SA node, which tells the atria to contract. And remember, it slows down when it gets to the AB, which means it fills back up, right? There has to be an area between the P and the QRS for the atria to refill, right? Then the QRS comes in, which shows ventricular contraction. So the P wave is all about the atria. The QRS is all about the ventricles. Okay? Atrial contraction, ventricular contraction. Okay? This is a normal EKG. I wish it was bigger. I want to try to make it bigger. Okay. So, like I said, we're going to get into this in a couple months, but if you hear about the PR interval, this is the start of the P to where the QRS begins. Okay. This is the PR interval. Then you hear about the QRS. This is the beginning of the Q to the end of the S. Okay. Then we talk about QT, long QT syndrome, QT prolongation. We're going to talk about a lot. That is the Q to the end of the T. Okay. And all of these little tiny boxes equal 0.04 seconds. And we get to add them up later on. Okay. But I want you to see this and know at least what it looks like now, so that when I see you in 2 months, you're like, I know what that is. And when we talk about it and when we learn about rhythms and we learn about heart blocks, you understand what it means and where it's coming from. Okay. Okay, so the P to R interval, this is normal delay of conduction at the AB node. QT interval. This is critical timing of depolarization and repolarization of the ventricles. So that means contraction and relaxation. And remember, I said there are drugs that prolong your QT. And then the ST segment, it's important information about the repolarization of the ventricle. When you have arrhythmias, there are many factors that can change your cardiac rate and rhythm. Okay. Drugs can absolutely change your rate and rhythm. Acidosis, decreased oxygenation, so hypoxia, changes in electrolytes. What electrolytes can change your cardiac conduction? Potassium, potassium, potassium. Put that in your filing cabinet. Potassium is everything. We're always correcting potassium. Every patient in the hospital, you're going to be looking at their potassium. It is imperative that your patient has a normal potassium between what? 3.5 to 5. Okay? Because hypokalemia and also hyperkalemia can cause arrhythmias, dysrhythmias, and cardiac arrest. And then we could also get arrhythmias from a buildup of waste products. These can arise because of changes in automaticity or the conductivity. If they are significant and they interfere with the work of the heart, they can disrupt your cardiac output. When we disrupt our cardiac output, we become symptomatic. What kind of symptoms do we have when we have decreased cardiac output? What does your blood carry?
Shortness
So
of breath.
Shortness of
our
breath,
bodies carry,
fatigue,
or our blood carries.
tachycardia.
Yes. Okay. So we could have hypoxia. We could have shortness of breath. We could have tachycardia, which is trying to make up for the decreased cardiac output. Tachypnea, which is going to try to increase your oxygenation, right? We could be pale. We could be dizzy. We could have syncopal episodes because guess where blood isn't going? To your noggin. And guess what happens when you don't have oxygen to your brain? You go on the floor. You have a syncopal episode. So decreased cardiac output is a huge problem. Types of arrhythmias, we have sinus arrhythmias. We have supraventricular arrhythmias, atrioventricular blocks, ventricular arrhythmias. So our atrial arrhythmias are going to be our A flutter, AFib. Our ventricular arrhythmias are going to be SVT, supraventricular tachycardia, or VTAC, ventricular tachycardia, or VFib. VFib means defib. VFib means death. VFib, death. What do we do when we have VFib and we're dead? Clear. Do we shock asystole? No. No. In order to shock someone, they have to have electrical activity. What do you not have in asystole? Electrical activity. Okay? If your patient is in ventricular tachycardia, do they have a pulse? Trick question. It's the first question you ask yourself when you see a patient go into VTAC. First thing you do is check for a pulse. Because guess what? A patient can go into VTAC and have a pulse. A patient can go into VTAC and be dead. Okay? So there's different ways of defibrillation, like cardioversion versus defibrillation. So if you have a patient in VTAC that has a pulse, we're going to cardiovert with a small amount of energy, a small amount of joules. If our patient is dead, They're not getting deader. We're going to shock the shit out of them. Okay? With big joules, big energy. So the main question when you see your patient in VTAC is what? Do they have a pulse? Okay? All right, question, and then we're going to lunch. When reading an ECG, a nurse knows that the PR interval reflects the normal delay of conduction at the AV node.
True.
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 I agree. Because what happens at the AV node? What happens with that slowed down electrical conduction? What is the heart?
The atria is contracting.
It relaxes. The SA node contracts. The slowing at the AV node is the relaxation so that the atria can refill. So the PR interval reflects the normal delay of conduction at the AV node and the beginning of electrical excitation of the atria to the beginning of electrical excitation of the ventricles. But they can't be excited at the same time because then our cardiac output what? Sucks. Okay, go to lunch. 30 minutes, no more, no less. I will see you at 12:15.
Miss Simmons, can you let me in? My laptop about to die.
Okay. We are getting back to it. Everybody hear me? See me?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, so courses of circulation of the blood. So, heart, lung, or pulmonary circulation. The right side of the heart sends blood to the lungs. Carbon dioxide and some waste products are removed from the blood. And then systemic circulation is the left side of the heart sends oxygenated blood out to all of the cells of the body. At this point, I hope we all know those things. We already kind of covered this too. This is just the heart blood flow from the periphery that is going up through the veins, and then when it comes out of the heart through the aorta, it is oxygenated blood going out into the periphery. So pulmonary circulation, we have deoxygenated blood that flows into the right atrium from the inferior and superior vena cava. Pressure increases as blood flows into the atrium. When the pressure becomes greater than that in the ventricles, most of the blood flows into the right ventricle. So that stretching tells the heart and receptor sites that it's ready, it's full to have contraction, right? So the atrium contracts, pushes the blood into the ventricles, then the ventricles contract. Pressure opens up the pulmonic valve and sends blood into the pulmonary artery. The blood circulates around the alveoli and the lungs, picking up oxygen and getting rid of CO2. We already talked about all of this, right? Okay, let's talk about fluid shifts within the cell. Somebody mentioned earlier hydrostatic pressure. This is the driving force of heart trends to push fluid out of the capillaries. We have oncotic pressure. This is the pressure exerted by plasma proteins that tends to pull fluid into the capillaries. And then we have filtration pressure, which is the net force on fluid determined by the balance between the hydrostatic and the oncotic pressure. It's a lot of words, a lot of fancy words. It's really just all about the pressure within the vessel, the pressure outside of the vessel, and where that pressure needs to be inside and outside to be able to keep everything where it's supposed to be, right? So your circulation, your blood needs to stay in your vessels. Your plasma needs to stay in the vessels. And we don't want that plasma going into the outside space, which is what we call the interstitial space. You ever had a patient that literally is weeping? They have fluids literally weeping out of their skin. That's because these pressures are all screwed up. And that plasma, they're so fluid overloaded, that plasma is going out of the systemic circulation into their interstitial fluid and literally just seeping out of their skin because it has to go somewhere. Coronary circulation. This is important because what I do need you to understand, if you don't know already, is that the heart has its own circulation. It has its own oxygenation. It has everything that it needs to survive. Okay. So it has its own arteries that maintain constant oxygenation to the muscle tissues. Okay. So when you have an MI that occur within the coronary arteries, a blood clot or plaque or something that narrows and all of a sudden is cut off within that coronary arteries, that's when you have an MI. Okay. So the heart muscle requires a constant supply of oxygenated blood. The coronary arteries receive blood during diastole, so it receives blood during relaxation. Okay. The pulse pressure denotes filling pressure of the coronary arteries. Oxygenated blood reaches every cardiac muscle fiber, and the pattern of circulation is called end artery circulation. So, like I said, it's important for you to know that the heart muscle has its own artery circulation where it can provide oxygen at all times. And when that oxygen gets cut off by either narrowing, plaques, blood clots, that's when ischemia occurs and the heart muscle can die if that blood flow isn't reestablished very quickly. Main forces determining the heart's oxygen consumption, the heart rate. Remember, we talked about the V load, okay? The more blood returned to the heart, the harder it will have to work. So if you are hypervolemic, if you have a ton of fluid in your circulatory system, the camera keeps going, okay. This increases the preload going into the heart, okay? The afterload, the higher the resistance in the system, the harder the heart has to contract. The afterload is within the aorta, within the pressure that the left ventricle has to contract against to get it out. So remember, we all know what happens when a car gets submerged in water, right? They tell you the first thing you need to do is roll your window down, right? Because the pressure from the water that's on the window, first of all, and the door, is not going to allow you to lower the window. It's not going to allow you to open the door, right? So imagine your heart is a car, okay? Your car is submerged in water. There's water everywhere, inside, outside, okay? And you're trying to force that door open. The pressure of the water on the outside of your car door, that's the afterload. Does that make sense? I can't get it open because that pressure is too high. If this pressure is too high, I can't get the blood from my left ventricle out. Make sense? Okay. Contractility increased with more influx of calcium. So calcium helps with your cardiac contraction. These are your coronary arteries. So you have your right coronary artery, you have your circumflex branch of the left coronary artery, the anterior descending branch of the left coronary artery. And then you have your, is it? Posterior descending branch. I don't need you to know these. It's just important. Someday you will have to know them. Today is not that day. But like I said, it's important to know that this is where MIs and ischemia occur within those coronary arteries. They are what supply your heart with oxygen at all times. Okay? And the right side supplies the right side, the left side supplies the left side, the atria and ventricles. Systemic arterial pressure, this is the measurement of systolic and diastolic pressures that indicates pumping pressure of the ventricle, and generalized pressure in the system. So we have hypotension, what obviously is a normal blood pressure? 120/80.
120/80.
Right. So hypotension, when I go to the doctor, when I get my blood pressure checked, it's usually like 100/70. To me, that's normal. That's my normal. So technically I do not have symptoms of hypotension, but I bet you if I was like 80/40, I'd feel something. Okay. The only time I was ever hypertensive in my life was when I was pregnant, and I was high risk the entire time. I went into my appointment on a Monday, and I was 36 and 3, and my blood pressure was 150 over 100, and they said, bye, you're done. And I was induced. Had my baby at 36 and 6. So, hypertension and hypotension, we have clear guidelines, right? But also, it really depends on that person too. If my normal is 100 over 70, then 130 over 85 would be high for me, right? Something's going on. I'm sick. Something's happening. All right. If my normal is 120 over 80 and I get a 130 over 85, that's in the realm of normal for me, right? So it depends on the human. Okay. We will get into the levels of hypertension, pre-hypertension versus hypertension, and all the things. Okay. The renin-angiotensin-aldosterone system. I need you to learn it. I need you to know it. I need you to know everything about the renin-angiotensin-aldosterone system. Especially when we get to renal, where literally everything we talk about depends on the renin-angiotensin-aldosterone system. Okay. We are going to hit really heavy on that in a couple slides, so I'm not going to go through it yet. Venous pressure, the blood in the veins exerts pressure that sometimes rises above normal, results in backup or congestion of blood waiting to enter the heart. Then we have heart failure. We talked about this. If the heart muscle does not effectively pump, the left side causes pulmonary edema. Think left lungs. Left-sided heart failure causes congestion and pulmonary edema. Right side causes peripheral, abdominal, and liver edema. I would know the signs and symptoms of heart failure, right-sided versus left-sided. Are we here till 1:30 or 2:30? 2:30? For that. My gears. Okay. My DoorDash is almost here. I didn't order early enough. Okay, we are getting into meds. So eyes open, ears open, hands ready to be writing. I got a lot of stickers in this chapter. A lot of stars. Okay, so blood pressure control. Mean arterial pressure is determined by the heart rate, the stroke volume, and the total peripheral resistance. Your stroke volume, I didn't share this. Like, why is that not up there? There we go. Okay. The stroke volume is the amount of blood pumped out of the ventricle with each heart rate, heartbeat. The stroke volume is cardiac output times heart rate equals stroke volume. Cardiac output times heart rate equals stroke volume.
I'm sorry, Ms. Simmons, what chapter is it?
This is chapter 43.
Thank you.
We have just moved on. We talked about the autonomic nervous system, baroreceptors. Baroreceptors line your arteries. And they have, if they are traumatized, injured in any way, could cause hypertension. So baroreceptors are the receptors that are within your artery walls. Then we have our renin, angiotensin, aldosterone system. I'm going to get really sick of saying that over the next 2 days. Just want to let you know. So the control of blood pressure, I know this is really, really small. But we're just going to go to the next slide because that's where the thing is. Okay. This, my friends, is your renin, angiotensin, aldosterone system. Okay, so number 1, decreased perfusion pressure in the afferent arteriole stimulates secretion of renin by the juxtaglomerular cells. A lot of words. Where is the glomerulus?
Kidneys?
Inside the kidney?
Yes, and within the glomeruli. Okay, so it all starts in the kidney. Okay, so the juxtaglomerular cells, they sense that there is decreased perfusion pressure, which means there's not enough blood pressure. There's not enough pressure circulating blood. The kidneys have noticed, hey, this feels a little light. I need to increase the pressure in here. Okay, so the juxtaglomerular cells tell the liver to produce angiotensinogen. Okay, so we have just gone from the kidneys to the liver. Do you know what's stored in the liver?
Is it waste?
No, the liver does metabolize waste. It is glucose. Your liver stores glucose in the form of glycogen. Okay, so renin reacts with the angiotensin to form angiotensin 1. Okay, so when I ask you, where does the angiotensin 1 get formed? You say, ah. Okay, so kidney to liver. Now we go to the lungs. Okay, the lungs, activation of angiotensin 1, which was created here in the liver. And the activation of angiotensin 1 to angiotensin 2 occurs in the pulmonary capillary bed by a converting enzyme. So if I say to you, where does angiotensin 1 go to angiotensin 2? The lungs. Okay? So then we have step 4. Step 4 is where our arteries get involved. Okay? Angiotensin 2 causes vasoconstriction. When you have vasoconstriction, your blood pressure goes up. Vasoconstriction causes your pressure to go up. Vasodilation causes your blood pressure to go down. Okay? After step 4, we have angiotensin 2 becomes angiotensin 3, which causes the release of aldosterone from the adrenal cortex. Where are the adrenal glands?
On top of the kidneys?
On top of the kidneys. Yes, ma'am, they are. So we have gone from kidneys to the liver, to the lungs, to the arteries, to the adrenal cortex, and which is on top of the kidneys. So basically back to the kidneys, right? So the The conversion of angiotensin 2 to angiotensin 3 causes the release of aldosterone. What does aldosterone do?
Sodium increase.
We're absorbing. Find it in your book. Where are you? Aldosterone acts on the nephrons to cause the retention of sodium and water. This effect increases blood volume, which should also contribute to increasing blood pressure. The sodium-rich blood stimulates the osmoreceptors in the hypothalamus to cause the release of the antidiuretic hormone, which is aldosterone. If you have more aldosterone coming out of your body, out of the adrenal glands, that means we are holding on to our water. We are holding on to our salt. Because what does salt do? It increases our blood pressure. The volume that it's holding on to increases your blood pressure. I think my DoorDash is here. So aldosterone causes increased sodium and water reabsorption by the tubules of the kidney, which results in increased blood volume, which cause increased sodium, ADH release, and water retention to increase blood volume. I know this is a lot, but it's very important to understand what is happening in the renin-angiotensin-aldosterone system, because your ACE inhibitors, your ARBs, your other antihypertensive drugs, they all work within this system at different parts of the system. Okay? So, hypertension. A person's blood pressure is above normal limits for a sustained period. 90% of people have essential or primary hypertension, which is caused by an underlying danger like body organ damage, increased risk of atherosclerotic vascular disease, thickening of the heart muscle, which is heart failure, and difficult to diagnose and treat. It is a silent killer. My husband's cousin's husband is 37, just had a massive MI for untreated, uncontrolled hypertension. He's okay. He needs open heart. He needs a cabbage. But it truly is a silent killer because a lot of people don't realize that they're hypertensive until all of a sudden they're fainting or they have these massive headaches. Their pressure has gotten so high and so uncontrolled. And then they go to the doctors and they're like, oh my God, you're 190 over 110. Conditions related to untreated hypertension would be coronary artery disease. Yep. And cardiac death, scary, ow, stroke, renal failure, and loss of vision. Why loss of vision? What's really teeny tiny in the eyeballs? Your vessels are really teeny tiny. And then you have a big old optic artery too. And when you have really high blood pressure, you ever hear of people like seeing spots? And that can cause the high pressure in the vessels can actually cause those vessels to rupture, which can cause vision loss. Scary, very scary. Risk factors. Associated with hypertension, we have increased age, smoking cigarettes. This is going to be a very common situation, okay? What are you always going to see? Cigarette smoking, Obesity. Like number one modifiable risk factor that you're ever going to see on a nursing exam or your NCLEX is always going to be smoking cigarettes. Forever and ever and ever. Okay? So these are mostly modifiable. So what can you not modify on this list? Age. Huh?
Family history.
Family history.
History.
That's about it. You can literally modify everything else. Okay. I used to think that diseases like type 2 diabetes was non-modifiable because it's a disease that you're diagnosed with. But when you think about it, these, unless you are completely insulin dependent or you're a type 1 diabetic, you can do a lot of reversing when it comes to hyperlipidemia, type 2 diabetes, hypertension. These can become less severe when you change your lifestyle and physical activity and your diet. Okay, so hypotension, blood pressure becomes too low. The vital centers in the brain and rest of the tissues in the body may not receive enough oxygenated blood to function. This can progress to shock, hypovolemic shock. This is part of septic shock. This is part of cardiogenic shock. A lot of shocks that include hypotension. Anaphylactic shock. This can occur in the following situations. The heart muscle is damaged and unable to pump effectively. Severe blood or fluid loss when volume drops dramatically, like hemorrhaging, right? Impairment of autonomic nervous system to increase cardiac output, vascular resistance, or both. This is neurogenic shock or cardiogenic shock. And then medication-induced hypotension. If you take too much of a beta blocker, or you take too much of an ACE inhibitor, or your patient accidentally takes 3 instead of 2 that day, right? Or if they already have a blood pressure of 100/70 and they take their prescribed lisinopril, they're probably going to become hypotensive. So we should always check what before we give our hypertensive drugs? Our blood pressure and our heart rate. Orthostatic hypotension. This is the lowering of blood pressure when a person sits up from lying down or standing from sitting position. It may be accompanied by dizziness, lightheadedness, nausea, changes in vision, and or syncope. The symptoms are caused by decreased blood flow to your brain. When you have decreased blood flow to your brain, what does that mean? What is your brain not getting? Oxygen. It's all about oxygenation. When you have decreased perfusion, you have decreased oxygenation. It's all about the oxygen. So if the oxygen can't be brought to where it needs to go, you're going to become symptomatic of hypoxia, of lack of oxygenation to that organ. Okay? Increased risk for older adults and use of certain medications. I hate these little use of drugs affecting the lifespan things. I usually skip over them because I hate them. So stepped care management of hypertension. Step 1 is they're always going to be like, you need to change your lifestyle. You need to exercise more. And then they're going to tell you, you need to go on a diet. You need to lose weight. You need to cut your salt. You need to do all the things, blah, blah, blah. Exercise and eat better. Step 2, they're going to add in drugs. Okay. Step 3, they're going to change the drug dose or class or add another drug to try to help the hypertension. And then step 4, there's going to be a second or third agent or a diuretic that is added. So at first, they're going to try to get you to reverse it yourself. Then they're going to add some drugs. When those drugs fail, they're going to add more drugs. When those drugs fail, they're going to add even more drugs. This is when you find yourself on about 3 or 4 antihypertensives a day, like my mother-in-law. Who is on 3? Antihypertensive agents work to alter normal reflexes that control blood pressure. Not all patients respond in the same way to antihypertensive drugs because of different factors and complicating conditions. There are several different types of medication that may need to be used in combination. These drugs, we have ACE inhibitors, we have ARBs, calcium channel blockers, vasodilators like nitroglycerin or nitrates, and then other agents we're going to talk about. First, we are going to talk about the drugs that affect the renin-angiotensin-aldosterone system. It is such a tongue twister, especially when I'm standing here talking all day and my mouth gets all dry. Renin, angiotensin, aldosterone. All right, we're going to start with ACEs. I like to give you your most common drugs that you're actually going to see with your eyeballs over your nursing career. This could obviously change, but as of right now, these are your most common ACE inhibitors. So lisinopril is going to be your absolute most common ACE inhibitor. You will see captopril once in a while. You'll see enalapril once in a while. And that's about it. You are not going to see one of these on my exams that I didn't tell you are not common. Okay? But what you do need to know is that every single one of these, except for this guy, end in pril, P-R-I-L. Okay? So they are easily spotted. So ACE inhibitors end in pril. So what happens? What is the therapeutic action? When I tell you that I want your med sheets done when you are at clinical, this is what I want. I want the mechanism of action. I want you to understand why and how this works within your body. Okay? So, it acts in the lungs to prevent ACE from converting angiotensin 1 to angiotensin 2. Where does angiotensin 1 convert to angiotensin 2?
The lungs. The lungs. Huh? Okay.
Is it the lungs? Is it the lungs? Let's see on our picture. Our lungs are responsible for angiotensin 1 to go to angiotensin 2, which is on page 744. This leads to a decrease in blood pressure and in aldosterone production, results in an increase in serum potassium and loss of serum sodium and fluid. So, what do ACE inhibitors put you at risk for? Hyperkalemia. Hyperkalemia. If ACE inhibitors results in increase in serum potassium, it puts the patient at risk for hyperkalemia. I would remember that. Indications: treatment of hypertension, heart failure, left ventricular dysfunction, diabetic nephropathy. Pharmacokinetics: they are well absorbed, widely distributed, metabolized in the liver, and excreted in the urine and feces, cross placenta and enter human milk. We are going to see a lot of this, okay? And you're going to hear me say this a lot of times. So, if this medication is metabolized in the liver, what are you at risk for?
Liver failure?
Liver damage?
Liver failure, hepatic toxicity. If this is excreted in the urine, what are we at risk for?
Renal failure.
Renal.
Renal failure, kidney damage. Yes. We're going to see this a lot, a lot, a lot, a lot. And this obviously cannot be given to a person that is pregnant or breastfeeding. Which brings us to our contraindications. Obviously, we are not giving these drugs if you have a history of an allergic reaction. I'm going to get really sick of saying that too. That's just the most obvious thing in the universe, that I'm not giving this if you are allergic to it. It is excreted in the kidneys. So if my kidneys are already screwed, then I don't want to take this if it's going to impair my renal function even more, right? Acute heart failure exacerbation. This is not, yes, it can treat heart failure, but see the clue here, acute. Acute and chronic are two very different things. Salt and volume depletion, which is most likely going to lead to hypovolemia or hyponatremia. You don't really want to use ACE inhibitors for, because what does it do? It increases potassium, which, if our potassium is increased, our sodium is decreased, which is going to make us more hyponatremic, right? And pregnancy and lactation. What is the number one life-threatening disorder that can occur from ACE inhibitors?
Angioedema.
Angioedema. Who was that?
It was me.
Thank you, Marissa. Angioedema. Angioedema, what is it? It is the rapid swelling of your face, neck, mouth, soft tissue inside of your airway and mouth. Angioedema occurs with anaphylaxis. This is what causes your airway to close. When can angioedema occur? What did you say? Anytime. Anytime. Okay? I don't care if you're taking lisinopril for 1 day or 20 years. Angioedema can occur with an ACE inhibitor at any time. Angioedema is a medical emergency. Understood?
So would
Adverse effects.
I have a
Go ahead.
question. So would that be like an allergic reaction to the medication?
Kind of, but it's different. It's different because it's so specific to that drug, but it mimics an anaphylactic reaction with the angioedema.
Okay.
That's a great question.
So,
So if your patient
I have a
has
question.
sudden angioedema, what are we worried about? Our airway. We need to protect our airway as soon as possible.
Do these patients get an EpiPen or anything to carry with them, since that's such a... No.
No, ma'am. Because it's different from anaphylaxis, right?
Okay.
It's not true anaphylaxis.
So you can't treat it the same way as an anaphylactic.
Because the thing is, what happens with anaphylaxis? Anaphylaxis occurs because of a histamine release. And what happens is massive vasodilation, which causes extreme hypotension. It also causes an inflammatory response from that histamine that causes that rapid swelling. So epinephrine will vasoconstrict, which is going to save your cardiac output and oxygenation to your tissues. It's going to increase your blood pressure. It also is a bronchodilator. So it's going to open and reestablish that airway in anaphylaxis. So if this angioedema is not related to anaphylaxis, it is not going to occur the same way or resolve the same way. Okay. So adverse effects related to the effects of vasodilation and alterations in blood flow, which can result in hypoxia, syncope, dizziness, vertigo. You ever stand up too fast and you're like, whoa, that's your brain not getting oxygen. This is why patients that are on antihypertensives are at such a high risk for falls. Okay. Serious allergic reactions, obviously, because everyone has a risk of an allergy to anything at any time. Did you know that you can have, like, come up with an allergy out of nowhere? I've been eating peanut butter for my entire life. Someday, out of nowhere, I could all of a sudden be allergic to peanut butter. That sounds devastating, but it happens all the time. Okay. Hyperkalemia, we talked about. Captopril, Moexapril, Perindopril have more serious effects, which is why we don't see them often in practice. For some reason, I don't know why it's not listed on this page. The number one adverse effect of ACE inhibitors that causes non-compliance. Does anybody know?
Is it the dry cough?
That's a good one. Yes, it is a dry cough. Somebody else said erectile dysfunction, which is so valid, and yes, is a huge reason for non-compliance, but it is a dry cough. ACE inhibitors cause a really yucky, annoying, dry cough that people are so annoyed with that they stop taking their meds. And then they go into a hypertensive crisis. All right, drug-drug interactions. There are going to be so many of these, and it's going to be really hard to remember. So what we like to point out is something called zebras. Zebras are the ones that are different from the pack, okay? So yeah, you can, if you're looking out at a field in the African safari and you see a bunch of antelope, your eye is going to be completely distracted by that one zebra, right? It's something that catches your attention. It's your outlier. So zebras are very important. So if you see something that isn't the same as every other antihypertensive and you're like, wow, that's special about ACE inhibitors. That's special about lisinopril. It's something you should know, like the dry cough, like the hyperkalemia, like the angioedema. Okay, catch my drift? Okay. So drug-drug interactions, allopurinol. What is allopurinol? For gout, it's an anti-gout medication. NSAIDs, diuretics, and other antihypertensive medications. This is going to say this on every single one of them. Because if you add on diuretics with ACE inhibitors or ACE inhibitors on top of ARBs, or ARBs on top of ACE inhibitors and calcium channel blockers, what can happen? Hypotension, severe hypotension, lack of oxygenation, right? Potassium supplements and potassium sparing diuretics. Why? Because you're already at risk for hyperkalemia. Thank you. Lithium. Lithium. Why lithium? Does anybody take in lithium? Do you know anybody that takes lithium? What is special about lithium?
It's very toxic to the liver.
You gotta
And
get
it's
your
for like
blood
people
drawn
with
with that
bipolar.
It's
medication.
where, yes. So lithium, like a lot of other drugs, like digoxin, which is an antiarrhythmic, which we'll get to eventually, they have a therapeutic level. Okay. So when things mess with your renin, angiotensin, aldosterone system and they hold on to P or don't let go of P or something is happening, it affects your therapeutic levels of drugs. Okay. So if you're holding on to too much lithium, you become toxic. If you're not holding on to enough lithium, guess what? Your bipolar tendencies are going to come back out because you're not within a therapeutic level. Okay. Other drugs that alter the renin, angiotensin, aldosterone syndrome, which we already talked about here, and other ACE inhibitors, ARBs, or renin inhibitors. But you're going to see that sometimes these things are combined, right? Because if the first stage of diet and lifestyle modification doesn't work, then we move on to drugs. And then when that drug doesn't work, then we add on another drug, and then we add on another drug, right? They could be from the same class. You could have an ACE inhibitor and an ARB. You could have a beta blocker and a and ARB together. Like sometimes it gets to a point where you have to compact them onto each other.
So in that sense, Miss Simmons, would it be like the benefit is outweighing like the risk of putting them on so many medications that could possibly
Yes, ma'am.
interfere?
Absolutely. Yes, ma'am. Everything when it comes to medications is always going to be the risk versus the benefit. The benefit of the drug and the side effects, the adverse effects outweigh the risk of not treating it. Okay. This looks closer at captopril, which annoys me. It really should be lisinopril, and it really just grinds my gears, and that's why I don't like these slides. But I teach off of them anyways because they're otherwise very good. But this is really just a grand scheme of ACE inhibitors. I don't care what you put at the top. Like I said, it should say lisinopril, but it tells you the indication. It tells you the action. It tells you the adverse effects and how long it takes to get excreted from your body, the onset and the peak. Okay. So when you're looking at your drug books, which you should have within Lippincott, when you're looking up drugs online, when you're looking up drugs in your book, you should be looking for all of these things. I want to know the mechanism of action. I want to know how it works and what it's affecting. The adverse effects, I need to know them. Okay? Angioedema is at the top of your list. Hyperkalemia is at the top of your list. Hypotension, obvi, is at the top of your list. Okay? The use of a loop diuretic is the first drug used in the stepped care management of hypertension. True or false? That is false. We usually don't add on diuretics until later on. Step 2, step 3. All right, I want to step out and just grab my health drink. What? I was looking everywhere. It's protein packed. Okay.
Miss Simmons,
Yeah,
I have a quick question. Did you end up doing attendance?
I did.
Okay, because I got a message from Ursula. I don't know if you know who that is, and
So
she
did
asked why I
I.
wasn't. I'm like, I am in class. I've been in class.
Yeah, I sent her a picture of
Oh,
like
I
saying, "Yep,
don't.
here."
I literally don't even
Chastity.
know who that is. I've heard her name, but I don't really know who that is. But I didn't put my attendance in. I only took it on paper.
Okay, because it
Chastity,
seems
she
like
Because
she
said
asked
just
a
I
for
don't
few
do
of
that till
us.
later. That's so
Chastity, she
weird.
said for her Nile students just to put your name in there, which you did. So I think you'll be okay because you put it in at the beginning. She said she
Yeah.
didn't have like the list of the returning students, so we just put
Oh,
her
I
name
bet
in
that's
there.
what it was. It was probably just returning students, just making sure that they were in class.
Okay,
Don't
I
I
freaked
don't
out when
worry
I
about
saw
it, I
that
promise.
message.
No, I
Okay.
see you.
Yeah, she
And
said that I didn't
also,
show I was in.
this is also recorded, so I know if you're here, I know if you're not here. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I have proof of you being here.
Okay.
So,
I have a
okay?
question. Would
Yeah.
losartan be the common angiotensin drug in this group?
Yes.
Okay.
I'll get there, girlfriend. All right, let's start on ARBs. All right. So we have two ARBs that are going to be your most common. That is losartan, which is also AKA Clozarb. And then we have valsartan, which you don't really see this brand name very often, Diovan. Never in my life have I actually seen that brand name. My husband takes valsartan. And it's always been in the generic form. So on your exams, by the way, NCLEX will give you both names. It will give you the generic, it will literally look just like this, the generic and then the brand name. On my exams, you will have the same. Okay, you will have both names. It is important for you to know both names. Okay, but I believe truly that it is more important to know the generic name because that's where you're going to see the identifying properties. Every ARB ends in sartan. Sartan, 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 sartan. They all end in sartan. Okay. All right, your therapeutic actions. This selectively binds with the angiotensin 2 receptors in the vascular smooth muscle and in the adrenal cortex to block vasoconstriction and the release of aldosterone. So, if we look at our little chart of our angiotensin aldosterone system, where'd it go? On page 744. If it's affecting angiotensin 2, that means it is occurring between step 3 and 4. In step 4, angiotensin 2 is a powerful vasoconstrictor. Okay? So if it's stopping angiotensin 2 from vasoconstricting causes increased blood pressure. So if it's stopping that and causing more dilation, we're lowering our pressure. Okay? So these actions block blood pressure raising effects of the renin-angiotensin-aldosterone system and lowers the blood pressure. Your indication, it could be used alone or in combination to treat hypertension. Some indicated for treatment of heart failure and after an MI. Some have been found to slow progression of renal disease. Hypertension is really dangerous for your kidneys. Pharmacokinetics, it is well absorbed. It undergoes metabolism in the liver. So what are we at risk for? Hepatotoxicity. It's excreted in the urine. What are we at risk for? Nephrotoxicity. It crosses the placenta. What are you not taking while you're pregnant? ARBs. Contraindications, allergy, obvi, pregnancy and lactation. We want to use caution in hepatic or renal dysfunction. How about that? Because it can cause hepatotoxicity and nephrotoxicity. And hypovolemia. If you're already hypovolemic, we need to correct your volume before we're treating your blood pressure. Okay. Adverse effects: headaches, dizziness, syncope, weakness. Why? I'll say it 100 times.
No oxygen.
Not really the headache, but the rest of it. No oxygenation to your noggin. Right? Headache, it just comes with ARBs. It's something, you know, when you start a med and you're like, oh my God, these headaches, and then eventually they dissipate. Ain't that. GI complaints, so upset stomach, nausea, vomiting, diarrhea, dry mouth, and tooth pain. Weird. I don't know why. I would have to look into that. Symptoms of upper respiratory infections and cough. Rash, dry skin, and alopecia. Our drug-to-drug interactions are other antihypertensive, potassium supplements or potassium-sparing diuretics, lithium, and NSAIDs, because this affects what you're excreting. So this one takes a closer look at losartan, which I approve. At least it's one of the common ones. It tells you its indication. It tells you that the way that it acts, and it gives you your adverse effects. So, alone or as part of combination therapy for the treatment of hypertension, treatment of diabetic nephropathy with elevated serum creatinine and proteinuria in patients with type 2 diabetes and hypertension. That's a lot of words. Why do we need to watch our protein if our kidneys are damaged? Protein molecules are very large. They are some of our largest molecules in our bodies. They are not meant to be processed through the glomeruli. If you have, right, we're not supposed to have protein in our urine, right? Most of us have had babies. They're looking for protein. Can you guys see my screen? Okay, it went weird for a second. Yeah, it went weird for a second. Can you hear me? Okay. Can and eventually will cause damage to your kidney function. Okay. So adverse effects, also angioedema. ACE inhibitors are your highest risk for angioedema. Second place is ARBs. Okay. So first place for angioedema, ACE inhibitors. Second place, high risk, but not as high of a risk, ARBs. Okay. This is also the cough. Okay. Oh, this is important. Let me go back. I don't know why it doesn't say this, but it's important. Fetus deletus. Okay. ARBs used in pregnancy cause serious fetal abnormalities and even death. Page 756. ARBs equal fetus deletus. We be very careful. Fetus deletus or cyclops. You don't want a baby with one eye. I only got one half smirk over there. That should have been funny. Okay. All right. Anyways, moving on. Okay. So, any questions about ARBs?
You said I would say.
Page 756 talks about the serious fetal abnormalities and fetal deaths. Okay, so the next drug we're going to talk about, which I don't really care about, and I don't really care if you care about it, and I've never actually seen it in real life. You will probably only see it if you work in a very specialized place. So this drug, I don't even know how you say it, aliskiren, Tecturna. This directly inhibits renin, leading to decreased plasma renin activity and inhibiting the conversion of angiotensin to angiotensin 1. It is poorly and slowly absorbed, it's metabolized in the liver, and it crosses the placenta and enters human milk. It's contraindicated in pregnancy and lactation. There's a huge risk for hyperkalemia, angioedema, and you don't want to give with furosemide, which is a what? What kind of diuretic? A loop diuretic. Other antihypertensives, ACE inhibitors, ARBs. It's a high risk drug, which is why you don't see it. There's too many interactions, there's too many adverse effects, and the risk of this drug is too high to be given out commonly. Okay. Let's take 10 minutes because then we're going to go into calcium channel blockers, and it's a big one with a lot of information. So let's take a little breaky break, and we'll come back at 1:30.
Miss Simmons.
Yeah.
I have a doctor's appointment at 2 o'clock, so I have to leave shortly.
Okay.
And then so I guess I just won't be able to take notes as far as like for the last like 30 minutes, but you said that you upload it or send it to us or something like that.
Yes, ma'am, I do.
Is that going to be okay if I just finish taking up my notes off of that lecture that you record then?
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay. I appreciate it. Thank you. I'm gonna still take my iPad with me and still be able to like listen in and stuff, but I'm not gonna be able to take those notes like right
Okay,
now.
that would be great. That's fine.
Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, this is June. I was just had a question. I was just making sure because I know that person
Yeah.
just said she has to, I think, an appointment, was talking about notes a lot. So I just wanted to ask, just to clear it up, the notes that we're taking during class do not count for anything, correct? Just for our own knowledge.
That is correct. You absolutely do not need to upload them anywhere. I do not need to see them.
Okay. Thank you for clearing that up.
Okay.
Yeah, this threw me off too.
Shiana, right? Kara, Roby, she needs to see you after class about Salem. Okay. You have to complete your packet, because you have clinical at Salem. Okay. It's like all the health requirements and stuff. But because you are like returning, we just have, and I don't know if you've been to Salem. Have you been there? No. So you have to make sure that you like meet all of their health requirements, which you do because you're here. Oh, great. She just has to send that packet to Salem. Okay. So do not leave today without seeing her, or you won't be those on set. And then that would be very bad.
Okay. All right, calcium channel blockers. Okay. There are two categories of calcium channel blockers. Okay. So, firstly, they decrease your blood pressure, cardiac workload, myocardial oxygen consumption, which means it lowers the amount of oxygen your heart needs. I know that sounds weird. But if your heart isn't working as hard, it needs less oxygen. The harder it works, the more oxygen it needs, right? So your drugs, your most common drugs, let me go to the next page. I think. No, okay. Your most common drugs are going to be amlodipine, diltiazem, nicardipine, nifedipine, verapamil, and Clevibrex. There are two categories of calcium channel blockers. You have your, and let me find the word because it's an annoying word. It is diltiazem and verapamil. You see how they have different endings? So all of your calcium channel blockers end in dipine. Okay? They all end in dipine, other than verapamil and diltiazem. Okay? That is because they are called non-hydropyridine calcium channel blockers. And these two drugs specifically are meant for the treatment of cardiac tachyarrhythmias, which include atrial fibrillation and atrial flutter. I need to connect back to my hotspot. Oh, it is connected. Okay. Clevibrex, IV only. IV only for short-term use. Verapamil. So, clobetapine, which is also known as Clevibrex, is only for short-term IV use. Never PO, ever. So, these inhibit the movement of calcium ions across the membranes of the myocardial and atrial muscle cells, altering the action potential, bless you, and blocking muscle cell contraction. So,
Remember the picture that you saw of the muscle fiber and the calcium ions coming in and out? Okay. This controls the movement, stops, inhibits, lowers the movement of calcium going into those muscle fibers. Okay. So what this does is it slows down the muscle contraction. It slows down that action potential of the calcium ions. Okay. So your indications for your dipines, not the cardizem or verapamil, are going to be hypertension and angina. They do, they're well absorbed, they're metabolized in the liver and excreted in the urine, and they do cross the placenta and enter human milk. So, obviously allergies, non-dihydropyridine calcium channel blockers, which are what? Verapamil
Diltiazem.
and diltiazem. Thank you. They can cause a heart block or sick sinus syndrome, heart failure, or an acute MI. So these meds can cause you or your patient to go into a heart block. These are contraindicated in pregnancy. I want you to write this down and star it and highlight it. There is one major exemption, which is nifedipine, and it is given for hypertension in pregnancy. Nifedipine is given for hypertension in pregnancy. None of the other calcium channel blockers are to be given because they are contraindicated. The adverse effects are related to the effects on cardiac output, your central nervous system effects. Like what? If my cardiac output is decreased, what's happening? I have low oxygen. I have decreased output. I am going to be hypoxic. I am going to have symptoms of hypoxia. I am going to be at a high risk for falls. I am going to be dizzy and have vertigo and fall and have syncopal episodes and be short of breath and tachycardic and tachypnic. Okay? GI effects, that's always going to be nausea, vomiting, diarrhea, right? Some form of nausea, vomiting, diarrhea. Cardiovascular effects, obviously. This all has to do with cardiovascular. Okay? Skin flushing and rash. What is skin flushing caused by? Nope.
Photosensitivity?
Ooh, good one, but no, that was a good guess. That's a really good guess. It's really easier than anything you're thinking. Skin flushing happens from vasodilation. So when your vessels dilate and blood rushes to the surface of your skin, you turn red. Okay. Drug to drug interactions, they vary with each drug. This is going to be the star of the show, one of the stars of the show. Grapefruit juice. Drug food interaction. Calcium channel blockers and grapefruit juice. It's a no from me. Okay, so this takes a closer look at diltiazem. This is for the treatment of essential hypertension in the extended release form, angina, and tachyarrhythmias. Diltiazem, cardizem is one of those special calcium channel blockers that can be used for AFib, A-flutter. Okay? It inhibits the movement of calcium ions across the membranes of the cardiac and arterial muscle. It depresses the impulse and leading to slowed conduction. What happens in AFib and A flutter?
Your heartbeat fast?
The atria are fibrillating. They're like they're like contracting as fast as they possibly can. Okay? So I need to slow my conduction. I need to decrease my myocardial contractility. I need to slow down my atrial conduction. Okay? Your most of your adverse effects are going to be because of decreased blood pressure, dizziness, lightheadedness, headache. And then it could put you at risk for peripheral edema. If they slow cardiac conduction, we have a huge risk for bradycardia. Okay? Atrioventricular block, flushing, nausea, and hypotension. Any questions about calcium channel blockers? Okay. The mechanism of action of an ACE inhibitor is the blocking of ACE from converting angiotensin 1 to angiotensin 2. What does this cause?
Is it B?
B.
It is a decrease in aldosterone production. So ACE inhibitors act in the lungs to prevent ACE from converting to angiotensin, from angiotensin 1 to angiotensin 2, a powerful vasoconstrictor and stimulator of aldosterone release. This action leads to a decrease in blood pressure and in aldosterone secretion, with a resultant increase in serum potassium and a loss of serum sodium. Okay, next we're going to go into vasodilators. Most are reserved for use in severe hypertension, refractory hypertension, or hypertensive emergencies. Okay. The one that you're going to see the most in just regular routine acute hospitalization is going to be hydralazine. Okay. The most common one that you're going to see outside of the hospital prescribed to your patient is going to be nitroglycerin. Okay. So hydralazine is part of the acute care of hypertension or hypertensive crisis. This is a drug that you will see prescribed PRN for hypertension that can be given in a range between like every 2 to 6 hours, depending on the patient. And you'll usually see it in combination with another drug PRN called labetalol. Obviously, nitroglycerin is used for chest pain, which we call angina. Where does nitroglycerin go? Sublingual. Where else can it go?
A spray, topical, a patch.
A patch. It can also be transcutaneous. It can also be given IV. But it can, yeah, I mean, you can literally have, I'll never forget the first time I saw it. I thought it was the craziest thing I ever seen. The little strips of paper that have the little notches on them, and you have the nitro paste, and you put the little cream on the piece of paper, and then you tape it to their chest. I just think that's the craziest thing in the world. Like, that's the best way. Like, God forbid you don't put gloves on. Can you imagine? You put it on your patient, you get some on your hands, and then you massively vasodilate because it's transdermal. You're going to hit the floor like a sack of potatoes. Whew. I don't even want to know what that would feel like. It makes me anxious just thinking about it. All right, so these act directly on vascular smooth muscle to cause muscle relaxation, leading to vasodilation and drop in blood pressure. Your indications are severe hypertension that has not responded to other therapy. They are rapidly absorbed and wildly distributed, widely metabolized in the liver and primarily excreted in the urine. So we are at risk for what and what?
Liver and kidney damage.
Hepatotoxicity and nephrotoxicity. Contraindications, allergies, of course, any condition that could be exacerbated by sudden fall in blood pressure. So your patient has a brain bleed, a subarachnoid hemorrhage. Your patient just had spinal surgery. Your patient is already at a high risk for falls. Your patient is on warfarin. Your patient is on a heparin drip. Your patient is post-op. So if you vasodilate and cause syncope and your patient falls and they already have a head bleed, or they're on Eliquis or heparin or warfarin and they hit their head because they fell because of vasodilation and syncope. Pregnancy and lactation, cautions with peripheral vascular disease, coronary artery disease, heart failure, and tachycardia. Adverse effects are related to changes in blood pressure, so falls and hypoxia and all the things that come with a decreased cardiac output. Cyanide toxicity. This is on page 761. Cyanide toxicity, which includes dyspnea, headache, vomiting, dizziness, ataxia, loss of consciousness, imperceptible pulse, absent reflexes, dilated pupils, pink color, distant heart sounds, and shallow breathing, may occur with nitroprusside, which is metabolized to cyanide and also suppresses iodine uptake and can cause hypothyroidism. I would call that a big fat zebra. Nitroprusside can cause cyanide toxicity. It is on page 761. So this is just looking closer at nitroprusside, severe hypertension, maintenance of controlled hypotension during anesthesia, acute heart failure. It has a really short half-life. And you can have cyanide toxicity. How often can you take nitroglycerin?
Only 3.
1 every 3 to 5 minutes.
And how many times?
3 times.
3 times total. So usually the rule is you can take 1 every 5 minutes for a total of 3 doses. If your chest pain or angina has not resolved by then, or is just in any way getting worse, your symptoms are not resolving, you need to call 911 because you're most likely having a heart attack. Okay. Just because you have angina doesn't mean you're actively having an MI. Some people have angina all the time. Not all the time, but like it happens once in a while. And they get prescribed nitroglycerin for that reason. Okay. All right. Diuretics. We are going to talk about diuretics significantly next week. But they increase the excretion of sodium and water from the kidney to lower blood pressure. When we go over chapter 51, we will talk about those in depth. often one of the first agents tried in mild hypertension. That is, there's really only one diuretic that is used for the treatment of hypertension, and that is hydrochlorothiazide. And it is a thiazide-like diuretic. You most likely are not ever going to see a patient on furosemide or Bumex for the treatment of hypertension. Okay. Usually tolerated well by most patients. Diuretics used to treat hypertension. Oh, it says right there. Thiazide and thiazide-like diuretics, and possibly potassium-sparing diuretics, which is what? What is the thing in the RAAS? What is the second A?
Aldosterone.
Angiotensin.
Aldosterone. The potassium sparing diuretic is called aldosterone or spironolactone. Okay. All right. Next, we are moving on to sympathetic nervous system blockers. These block the effects of sympathetic nervous system. These drugs include beta blockers, alpha and beta, alpha adrenergic blockers, alpha 1 blockers, alpha 2 blockers. I'm going to give you examples of each category, and that's really as far as we're going to get into them at right this very second, until we move on to beta blockers. So for beta blockers, your most common are going to be metoprolol, which is also low pressor. Propranolol, which is also referred to as Inderal. Atenolol, which is also Tenormin. For the alpha and blockers, we have carbanolol. The other name is Coreg. We have labetalol. I skipped over the alpha adrenergic blockers. The alpha 1 blocker is doxazocin, which always makes me think of a antibiotic. I don't know why they decided to name it doxazocin. I feel like that was really missed because the brand name is Cardura, which makes more sense. Cardiac, Cardura. Silly. And then an alpha 2 agonist would be clonidine, and the other name is Catapress. This is all on page 762. For which drug will the nurse need to caution patients against drinking grapefruit juice?
Is it B?
Nope. C.
C. Clevidipine.
It is C. Why? What is C?
An ARB.
Calcium.
Calcium. It is definitely not an ARB. What? It is a calcium channel blocker. You cannot have grapefruit juice with calcium channel blockers. Put a star next to it. Know it. Love it. Know it forever. Okay, antihypotensive drugs. These are sympathetic adrenergic agonists or also vasopressors. These medications increase your blood pressure. Excuse me. Droxidopa is one of them. The other drugs or drug is midodrine. Midodrine you will see often if you take care of patients that have spinal cord injuries because they have a hard time maintaining their blood pressure. They usually are hypotensive. And midodrine is a drug that is usually given like 3 or 4 times a day. And it increases your patient's blood pressure. But if your patient is in a state of shock, like they are in hypotensive shock, septic shock, cardiogenic shock, neurogenic shock, anaphylactic shock. We have drugs called pressors, vasopressors. We like to shorten it to say pressors. Those drugs are given in an ICU setting. They're giving via IV into a central line, not a peripheral line. And these drugs include epinephrine, norepinephrine, which is also called Levophed, phenylephrine, which is also referred to as neosynephrine. I know they're hard to spell. I'm going to give you a page number. Dobutamine, dopamine, and ephedrine. So these are all drugs that can be used to increase your blood pressure. So we use these drugs so that we can restore the balance to the cardiovascular system while the underlying cause of shock is treated. These are short-term drugs used in a critical care setting with very strict titration rules. That's not the right word I'm looking for, but you know what I mean. And they are only used for a short period of time while you treat the underlying cause that have caused this patient to go into shock. So if it's sepsis, we are treating the infection. If it's hypovolemia, we are giving them fluids or blood products. If it was hemorrhagic, we're giving blood products. If it's anaphylactic, we are reversing their anaphylaxis with epinephrine and steroids and antihistamines. Okay. If it's cardiogenic, we need to fix what's going on within the heart. If it's neurogenic, we need to fix what's causing it within their neurological system. Okay. Adverse effects include effects of stimulation of the sympathetic system. So if I'm causing a massive increase in vasoconstriction, I'm also going to cause tachycardia. And I'm going to cause a lot of, hold on, because I don't want to mess this up. Okay, so the effects of stimulation of the sympathetic system. So this is the opposite of your rest and digest. This is what happens when you put your body into a fight or flight mode, okay? You have decreased GI activity with nausea and constipation, increased respiratory rate and changes in blood pressure, headache and changes in peripheral blood flow with numbness, tingling, and even gangrene in extreme cases. These drugs should be used with caution with any disease that limits blood flow, with tachycardia, or with hypertension. That's all on page 763.
So when you have massive vasoconstriction and you have a patient that's on a lot of pressors, have you ever heard of or did you see the story of the lady who lost all 4 limbs from COVID? Or the lady that had amputations from the flute? No? Okay. So we had a patient, and this happens all the time. Unfortunately, this happens all the time. We had a patient with COVID. She was on massive pressors. It was so bad. Her blood pressure was just in the toilet. The more you vasoconstrict, the less blood flow your fingers and toes get. Okay. When your extremities don't get blood flow, they die. So when we talk about tissue necrosis or gangrene, that is when a part of your body stops receiving oxygenated blood and the part of that tissue dies. Okay. So when you have massive vasoconstriction with these vasopressors, it causes all of your blood to go to your vital organs because that's our priority. I'm sorry, but if I'm saving your life, I don't care about your finger. I don't care about your toes. I need to save your life so you can go home to your kids, right? If this gets worse and it progresses and progresses and progresses, you could possibly lose fingers, hands, arms, toes, feet, legs, okay? Because of decreased tissue perfusion, necrosis, and gangrene. Therapeutic actions and indications activates alpha receptors in arteries and veins to produce increase in vascular tone, which increases the blood pressure. Things like midodrine, so not the crazy scary pressors, but the midodrine that we use for spinal cords and things like people that can't maintain their blood pressure. This is for symptomatic treatment of orthostatic hypotension. So we're trying to maintain a normal blood pressure so your tissues can be perfused. And this is going to be like an everyday thing for these patients. It is rapidly absorbed from the GI tract, metabolized in the liver and excreted in the urine, which means we're looking at possible hepatotoxicity and nephrotoxicity. Basically everything goes through your kidneys and your liver, unless specifically said that it doesn't. Contraindications, supine hypotension or pheochromocytoma. The pheo, I believe that is a tumor somewhere. So I don't know, I can't find it. Tumor on the journals. Oh, here it is. Midodrine is contraindicated in the presence of supine hypertension or pheochromocytoma because of the risk of precipitating a hypertensive emergency. Caution should be used if the patient has severe heart disease, which could be exacerbated by high blood pressure with acute renal disease. So you want to use caution in patients with severe heart disease, acute renal disease, urinary retention, thyrotoxicosis, so it affects the thyroid in some way, visual problems, and renal or hepatic impairment. Adverse effects are related to the stimulation of the alpha receptors, which include chills, rash, hypertension, bradycardia, dizziness, vision changes, vertigo, problems with urination, and a piloerection. Somebody look that up because I don't know what that means. P-I-L-O erection. Piloerection. Makes me uncomfortable though.
Involuntarily bristling of hairs on the skin due to the contraction of tiny muscles.
Oh,
Base of hair.
Pilo hair. Oh my God. Okay, so piloerection is when the little hairs on the back of your neck stand up. That is a terrible word for that.
It
I'm
also
sorry, but
says
it is.
goosebumps. So
Goosebumps. Goose flesh. Ugh. Anyways, so this droxidopa is indicated for treatment of orthostatic dizziness, lightheadedness, about to blackout feeling in adults with symptomatic neurogenic orthostatic hypotension. This is basically your midodrine. Never in my life have I seen this drug. I've given midodrine probably 1,000 times. Okay. They're in the same category of drug. And okay. So we are going to stop there and we are going to do math. Okay, so because I can't share my screen from this computer, I'm gonna have you guys turn around and look at that computer or that TV so you can see my screen. I wish I could just write on the board, but okay. Okay. Work. All right, so we are going to be looking for drops per minute. Okay, can everybody see my? There it is. Okay. So we have a 10 drop drip rate. We have an order for LR 650 mLs over 5 hours.
Do you have a preference on how we answer, or do you want us to just put it in the chat?
Chat is fine. I want paper. I don't like these dry erase boards. It would drive me nuts if I had to do it that way. I really would prefer to give you guys scrap paper instead of dry erase boards. So we have our drip rate is 10. We have LR 650 mLs over 5 hours. Why are you guys not doing anything?
Oh, because
Yeah, I have
I, I just don't want to shout out the answer.
Oh, okay.
Because everybody else was doing it.
Okay. So we're looking for drops per minute. So we have 10 drops per 1 ml, 650 mLs over 5 hours. 1 hour equal to 60 minutes. I am going to teach you dimensional analysis. I'm not going to do it in any other way. This is the only way that you should be doing it. I'm sorry that you weren't taught correctly in the beginning. I feel very bad about that. But if you know ratio proportion, if you know formula, unfortunately, you will not be getting that from me. Dimensional analysis is the gold standard for math, for nursing math. And it is not the other ways of ratio and proportion and formula are not the standard across the entire country for nursing math. Which is why in the modules, you were being taught dimensional analysis, why we wanted you to do the modules, and why we wanted your instructors to be teaching you math. So this is the correct way to do nursing math. Math is going to continue getting harder from this moment on. And it's going to be difficult for you guys to get through all of this if you don't learn how to do this. And I can see your faces. I'm not stupid. I know that that sounds like the worst thing in the world because I don't know how you were taught. Truly, I don't know who taught it to you or how they taught it to you. But I am scared that when you guys get to complex care that you're going to struggle because you don't know dimensional analysis. Okay. It really makes me nervous, like a lot. Oh, my phone is dying. Okay. Oh, you guys just, I don't know. I get so nervous about when we talk about math and the fact that you guys were never taught dimensional analysis. It makes me really nervous.
But I can't write it out or I give it to kids and get them. I don't know which way I do.
See my stupid little screen. That's not what I want. I want the practice. Copy practice. Okay. Okay. So what answer did you get? 22 would be the correct answer.
22.
Oh, so it is 22. Okay.
That whole time I was
I
trying to
had
pull
got
up the answer key.
21.7.
Okay, so drops
You gotta
per
do the whole
minute
number.
are always rounded to the whole number. Always. Drops per minute are always to the whole number. Okay. And it will give you those rounding rules with each question. Okay. So milliliters per hour can be rounded to the 10th. Drops per minute are always the whole number. Okay. All right. So
Question.
we have.
I'm sorry. I got 22.66666 and then rounded it to 23. Now, didn't we take time, which was 5 hours, and then make that to minutes?
Uh-huh.
So that would be 300. Is that 680 divided by 300 times 10? I have 22.66.
No, it's 650 ml.
It's 650.
Oh, that's
650.
50. I thought that said 680. Okay.
Oh, I'm
That's
sorry.
That's
I
okay.
do
I
like
was just
half cursive and half, and sometimes my like letters and numbers like swoop together. So
okay.
I'm really sorry.
Okay. That's fine. I know the formula then. I just was checking myself. Thank you.
Mm-hmm. Okay, so all of the exams are going to start with conversions. So we have 5,600 grams to milligrams. What is that conversion? So 5,600 grams to milligrams.
Is it 5.6?
5.6?
56,000. You have to multiply by 1,000.
Oh, I'm sorry.
1,000.
Did I say? Yeah. I said grams to milligrams.
Mhm.
How many milligrams is in 1 gram? So
Is
zero
it
zero
5,600,000?
thousand is 5,600,000.
Does that say 600 grams to milligrams?
That says 5,600 grams to
Oh,
milligrams.
She's
When you're
asking
going
because
from
it's kind of light. We can't really see the numbers very well. I'm sorry.
Is that better?
when you're going, yeah, that's great. When you're going from grams to milligrams, you multiply by 1,000.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, cool.
Because grams is going to be a smaller number because it's on a larger scale. Milligrams is going to be a larger number because the scale is getting smaller. So also you can do it like this, which is the way that I always was taught to do it, is you have to move your decimal point 3 spaces. So if I'm over here at milligrams and I want to go to grams, I need to move 1, 2, 3 decimal points, which gives me 5,600,000.
That's exactly how I usually do it.
Okay, so the next one is 3,200 micrograms is equal to how many grams?
Zero 0.0032.
0.003. Good. Did everybody get the same answer? Okay. All right. So our next conversion is going to be 2,600 milliliters to liters.
0.6.
Good. Did everybody get 2.6? 2.6 liters? Good. Okay. And here, look at me running out of scrap paper, which is why you use these. All right. I just hate how thick this thing is. All right. What is the abbreviation for normal saline?
NS. NS.
0.9 NaCl is equal to normal saline. Okay. What about dextrose 5% in water?
D5W.
Is it D5?
D5W.
Hold on, I'm sorry, Miss Simmons, but the question for the 3,200 micrograms to grams, how did y'all get to that?
So there are 1 million micrograms per 1 gram.
Gotcha. Okay.
Mhm. So remember, there's 1,000 milligrams to grams. There's 1 million micrograms to grams. So you have to remember, do not let this get you on your exam. I'm telling you for a reason. It is going to be mics to grams. Don't misread it and think it says milligrams to grams because you will be wrong. Okay. All right. What is the abbreviation for lactated ringers?
LR.
R. What is the abbreviation for 0.45% normal saline?
0.45 NaCl.
Mm-mm. What is half of 0.9%?
Half.
0.45.
0.45.
So it would be half normal saline. How about D5 in 0.45% normal saline?
D5 half.
D5 and 1/2 normal saline.
Why does nothing separate that? Like a dash or anything?
Because D5, because we are learning what matches what, okay?
Okay.
You can't do half of D5. Half of D5 would be D25 because D5 is really D50. So
Okay.
it's 50, it would be 50%, dextrose 50%. So what goes with what is just learning what fluids are available. So half normal saline is available, 1/4% normal saline is available, 3%, 10%. Those are very high risk fluids. You have D5, you have D10, which is dextrose 5%, dextrose 10%. You have you could have D5 with KCl, which is your dextrose 5% with potassium chloride. So these are all fluids that you are going to see in practice in acute care, which is why I want you to know them. Okay. These aren't things that I'm just making, I promise. So D5, you can see D5 in water. You'll see D5 and a half, which is D5 and half normal saline. You'll see D5NS, which is just dextrose 5% in normal saline. Okay. All right, this one's easy. You have
basically,
in
I'm
order.
sorry, so basically,
Say that again, I didn't hear you.
I was just basically saying that we need to know that for like if we give in D5, like if a patient is sugar is low and we have to give it to them, so we have to be able to give them the correct amount.
No, this is you recognizing the proper abbreviations for fluids that you are going to be giving as a nurse. This can be your doctor and literally be on the phone with you and say, I want this patient to get D5 with half normal saline. You need to know what that means. Okay, these abbreviations are standard, which is why I'm teaching them to you. Why do you guys have those faces? Like you're looking at me like I'm crazy. Why?
I think a lot of us kind of like to a point understand it, but at the same time, so many of us have not been taught certain abbreviations and or math, like different ways of doing it. And then
I have not.
we're taught this way. And then the next month, this teacher teaches this way. And so it kind of goes back and forth of just like a mix of everything.
Okay.
And for several months, we haven't been taught any math, and our teachers weren't even able to review it with us.
Well, this is why I wanted to go over math. I wanted to
I'm
do
so
that with
happy.
but I mean, specifically about fluids, these are standard throughout every hospital system, that these fluids have specific abbreviations. And they're on your math exams, which is why I'm
Yeah, it's just you're the first person to like ever explain that to us. So yeah, we're all probably just a little shocked is all.
That's true. Unless you go out of the way to like schedule an appointment, which helps and stuff, but not really, doesn't really happen like in class.
I know, which is why I wanted to do this.
Yeah, so our faces is probably just pure shock and like, oh,
Miss
that's what that
Christina in my
means.
classroom just handed me this. These are common IV solutions and components. And this is exactly what I want you to look at. So after, when we're done, can I make a copy of this, please? And I'll post it on Brightspace for everybody. Okay. So normal saline is your NS. Half normal saline is literally 1/2 NS, D5W, and then so on and so forth. So I am going to upload this to your Brightspace for everybody to see. Okay. You need to go. I understand that. Okay, if you have to go to work, that's fine, but I'm gonna keep doing math. Huh? Okay. All right. So the next one is gonna be really easy. This one is furosemide. What's ordered is 80 milligrams. And what you have available is, can you close that door? 40 milligrams per tablet. If you guys need to go to work, you need to go get your kids, that's fine. It is 2:30. If you want to stay, you can stay. I'm going to continue going over math. Okay. So, obviously I'm sure by now you guys have figured out that this is very simple math. It's 40 milligram tablets. The order is 80 milligrams. We're going to give 2 tablets. How would you do that in dimensional analysis, you ask me? We always start with what we're looking for, which is milligrams. Okay. I have 40 milligrams per 1 tab, and my order is for 80 milligrams. Oops, I'm sorry. I did that upside down. I'm so sorry. 1 tab is equal to 40 milligrams, and my order is for 80 milligrams. Okay. The way you know you're doing dimensional analysis is correctly, if you know you're doing it correctly, which really comes in hand when the problem gets a lot longer and it's not short like this, is that these need to match each other so that I can cross them out. Okay. If I can't cross them out, then that means there's something wrong with my problem. Okay. So that's going to leave me with 80 over 40, which obviously is going to equal 2 tablets. Okay. All right. So next we have D5 in LR, 1,000 milliliters over 5 hours. So this is basically as easy as it gets. This is milliliters per hour. And that's all we have in our question. Okay. We have 1,000 mLs and we have 5 hours. And all we're going to do is divide 1,000 divided by 5, which is going to give us 200 milliliters per hour. So these are really, to me, tablets and stuff like this is like the easiest math problems because the math is just so simple, and there's only one way to do it, right? I mean, I guess you could divide it wrong, like accidentally divide 5 by 1,000 and you would get the wrong answer. But hopefully, I'm hoping that you can determine which one goes on top and which one goes on bottom. So next we have the same thing. We have normal saline. at 750 over 6 hours. So we're literally going to be left with 750 over 6. 750 divided by 6 is 125 milliliters per hour. Okay. Okay. So my order is 500 milliliters over 4 hours. And we have 20 drops per ml. So I'm looking for drops per minute. So I have 20 drops over 1 ml. Because also with dimensional analysis, you want to match the things that go together. Okay. And then whatever is down here needs to match what I put here. So if I have milliliters here, I want milliliters here. If I had milligrams here, I would want milligrams up here, because I can't cross things out if they don't match each other. So I have 500 milliliters over 4 hours times 1 hour is equal to 60 minutes. Okay, that is dimensional analysis. So we would do 20 times 500 is equal to 10,000. We have 4 times 60 is equal to 240. Which we're left with 41.666666667. And we're going to round to the whole number because this is drops per minute. And we're going to get 42 drops per minute. Does that make sense to how I got there? Okay. Did anybody get a different answer? Okay. So on your math test, there's going to be conversions, there's going to be abbreviations, there's going to be milliliters per hour, and drops per minute. Which ones would you like to go over? Do you want to go over conversions more? Do you want to go over drops per minute more? Milliliters per hour more? Drops per minute? Okay.
I have a question.
Please.
So because math has been confusing in the past just because of changes, so like we've had directions at the very beginning that say to round all answers except for your drip rates into the nearest tenth. So I personally have done that with conversions, and because of certain rules, like they gave me the points or you didn't give me the points, the conversion should always be, no matter if it's 7 zeros and then a number, you're going to carry out the full conversion, right? You're
Yes,
never,
ma'am.
okay. I just wanted to make sure that was how we did.
I believe on my exams, I wrote on the conversions, do not round. I believe and if I didn't, I'm going to go back and do that because I swear I did. Do not round your conversions unless specifically asked.
Outside of the drops per minute, can we also go over some more conversions if we have time?
Yes, absolutely. All right, so let's do, our order is for normal saline 1,000 mLs over 8 hours. And we have 15 drops per ml. Okay. So we're looking for drops per minute. Always start with what I'm looking for. So I have 15 drops per 1 ml times 1,000 mLs over 8 hours times 1 hour over 60 minutes. And at the end, how you know your dimensional analysis is correct is that you have what you started with here and what you are looking for at the end. So I'm looking for drops per minute, right? My milliliter cancels out my milliliter. My hour cancels out my hour. And all I have left is drops over minutes. That's how you know you're doing your dimensional analysis correct. So you have 15 times 1,000. Where's my phone? So 15,000 over 8 times 60 is 480. So 15,000 divided by 480 is 31.25. So are we rounding to 31 or 32?
31.
31. It's going to be 31 drops per
I just gotta practice with a math.
minute. I know it's hard.
Like, cause I know how to do it in the other way and I know how to get the answer. But I would like this way too, because I had got math questions wrong from doing it the way I.
Yeah. And that's what I'm seeing in complex care,
Yeah.
which is why I want to fix this now before you fail math in complex care.
See,
That's what I'm nervous about.
because I can't write, like when I write it out, I just get all confused. Same with the drops. I take my hours times my minutes, then I divide that by the mLs, then I multiply it by the drop factor. That's exactly how I do mine. So I have no
That's
idea
how I
what it
do
is.
mine as well.
Do it most of it in my head with a calculator. Like I write it out and I get totally lost. Yeah.
Because nobody taught you how to write it out. That's the problem.
I'll be putting the wrong things and like I'll make sure they match, but they'll be opposite and stuff. So I just I don't know. I don't have a super hard time with the math, but I can't. I don't know. I
don't like the words I can't.
I keep trying to do it that way, but it's just it gets so confusing and jumbled. All that out, like, okay, wait, which part go up here? Yeah, and then I feel like there's so many steps in there that I don't like. Then I get confused by the steps and.
So here's the thing. And the reason why dimensional analysis is important is because can you do this without dimensional analysis? 100%. But when your math gets more complicated is where the problem comes. So when you're talking about milliliter or milligrams per kilogram per day per dose with it's just it gets
I like the problems we had last month.
Really complicated.
I know what you're talking about. Yeah, how do I do those ones? First, I figure out. I also do stuff. I break down like if it's 250 ml or 250 milligrams per 5 ml. I divide the 250 by 5 first and put that number on the side. So when I come back to, I don't know. I'd have to see a problem.
I'll do honestly, there are times where if I'm doing something that involves weight, if I'm doing something that involves kilograms, I will not in my dimensional analysis. I will automatically put that to the side. That's going to be the first thing I do. is the first thing I do, if I have pounds, I'm going to convert it to kilograms. The next thing I'm going to do is multiply my kilograms by the ordered dose that's milligrams or micrograms per kilogram, so that I have that number, because I need that number to even figure out the rest of my problem.
Right.
So are there steps that you can do outside of dimensional analysis and inside dimensional analysis? Yes. But I know that my brain works better with me doing it outside and then doing my problem.
Yeah, see, I always, if it's out, there's ounces, I convert ounces to pounds and then pounds to kilograms. But before I do that, I break up the how many per ml and put that number aside.
Mm-hmm.
That way, when I'm doing it, I can convert my ounces to pounds, pounds to kilograms, then get my dose per day. Then if it's 6 hours, divide that by 4, and then divide that.
What's crazy is that you don't hear how crazy you sound.
That sounds like a lot. It do, but when you doing it, it's
Like that's what really gets me when the words dimensional analysis come out of my mouth. Everybody's faces are just like, oh my God, oh my God, oh my God. But then to hear you talk about all of the steps that you're going through, but then you're missing the problem, is where I'm.
Will it be those type of questions on the
What?
quiz, like with the like patient weight 7.6?
I don't think so.
Okay, I was gonna say, can we go over that? 'Cause I mean, but
That is not going to be on your math exam coming next week. The practice sheet, please do the practice sheet online. It has to be done, first of all,
in order for you,
to take your math test. Yeah.
Okay,
So
you want to make a copy of this?
please.
Like
Is there anybody else left online?
They're they posted.
I'm here.
I'm here.
Yeah.
Cool.
Still here, just listening.
Things in here.
Well,
I'm
these
still
are all,
here.
I'll be on Brightspace. Hold on a second. Let me look.
Like this one. I think this does the dimensional analysis.
Let me see if it's in the let's see. I know it's bright. It's grading my math quiz. I got a 0. Student resources. Where's the math stuff? Math resources. Math tutoring. We have the math policy, common abbreviations.
Yeah, it's all under there, and I printed them out. There's that.
Oh, nice. And then there's. Oh, it's right here. Okay, so guys, you need to look under your math resources on Brightspace. All of this stuff is here.
I just printed them out, and I keep them in a folder that transfers through my classes with me.
Nice. Well, then I don't need to take a picture or to make a copy of it. It's all right here. Okay, so we're doing more conversions, yes?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, bye. Okay, so we have 3,100 grams to milligrams. Oh, that was my foot, by the way. What are we getting? I feel like everybody just like stopped talking to me. Oh, there we go.
3,100,000.
So make sure when you guys are putting your answers in on Brightspace, make sure you are counting those zeros because it will be marked wrong if you forget a zero, and you obviously you don't need commas. You guys know that, right? You do not need to put commas. Make sure you're counting those zeros and putting the correct amount of zeros.
Is the second one 0.009?
Second one is 0.0.
That's what I got.
3 zeros.
It's 3
3
zeros.
zeros?
Let me see. Let me make sure. Because I want to make sure that's not a typo.
No,
You're right.
it's not.
I only put 5 zeros, so you're right. You're right.
Okay. Yeah, 0.0009.
So instead of
Rochelle?
doing it the long way, I did it like the micrograms divided in 1,000, and then the milligrams divided in another 1,000
That's
instead of trying to
okay.
do it the long way.
That's
Yeah.
okay. As long as you get the right answer. That's what matters.
So it's divided by a million.
No, by it. Oh well, never mind. Let me be quiet.
Oh my God, that chirping is hilarious.
It's mine. It's mine because I have something going on with the fire department, so I had to take it all the way down.
That
It's
Wait,
was a
not up
little
who
bit
there. It's like
who's
she
mine?
just said
I can't see you right now.
you can't
the
see me.
9.
No, because I don't have that part of my screen on.
Oh,
So who you got to tell me who's talking because I can't see your
oh,
little
Bonnie.
Bonnie. Okay. All right. So when you're doing this, so grams we have, and then we have like boop 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 milligrams. Micrograms. So why is this not making sense to me?
The way
Because
I
it's on
think,
the other
yeah, you're
side. That's
doing it. It should
why.
be
It's
I don't
grams
know
in the
what's happening.
middle,
I'm like,
milligrams.
what's
Yeah.
wrong with me?
the only thing that in
Yep.
my that
So
I've
it's
been taught.
grams, milligrams, and then micrograms.
Sorry. Even Jessica has a hard time.
I always did King Henry doesn't usually drink chocolate milk. And then I know the U is the gram.
Yes, that's how I was taught.
Yeah.
Yes. Okay. Okay. I'm like, why does this look wrong? What am I doing wrong?
Yep, because it's on the right of it.
Yes.
I've never heard of that. What is that?
The King Henry?
It was like, yeah, it
Yeah,
was this
what's
thing we
that?
learned in like elementary school or even middle school. Is like it's like a little anagram to remember what is it? King Henry. So kilograms. I don't know. I don't remember the exact thing. I would have to look it up.
If
Okay.
you look at my screen, it's kind of, I don't know, I can maybe, it's like this. You might show it backward. Oh, hold on, I have to take my blur off. It's kind of like this. So King Henry doesn't usually drink chocolate milk and XXM. So the U is gram, K for King is the kilos, milk is mg, and then mcg. And then you would obviously take your gram, 1, 2, 3 brings you to mg, and then another 1, 2, 3 brings you to mcg.
Right. And going to the right is multiply, going to the left is divide.
Correct.
Okay.
I learned Miss Cohen. We had a teacher, Miss Cohen, not a couple months ago, more than a couple months ago, last year. She taught us this.
So think about this. So that second, the second question, that 900 micrograms, if 900 mics is over here, and imagine you have a decimal point because,
Mhm.
and then you're
Thank
going,
you for that.
because you're going to grams, okay? You would need to move this. If you move it 1, 2, 3, that gives you milligrams. If you move it
Mhm.
1, 2, 3, that gives you grams. So you're going to the left.
Right.
So
Which is
in the
divide. Because I always have trouble with the zeros.
yeah. So in the first one, you have 3,100 grams and you're going to milligrams. So you need to have your decimal point is here. You need to go 1, 2, 3, which is going to add 3 zeros, where you're going to get 3,100,000. Does that make sense, or is it making it worse?
Yep. Or multiply. I got to say that in my brain because that's the easiest way for me.
Right. So if you're going to the right, you're multiplying this by 1,000. If you're going to the
Right.
left, you're dividing it by 1,000. So if you're going from big to small, you need to multiply. If you're going from small to big, you need to divide. So if we have 1,750 milliliters and we're going to grams, we need to divide, which is going to move our decimal point 1, 2, 3, which gives us 1.75 liters, which rounding rules gives us, if we had rounding rules, but in conversions we don't, so it would be 1.75. If it said to round to the nearest tenth, it would be 1.8. Only if it says it. So maybe I should just erase this so I don't confuse anybody.
And then I always check my work because you should always get the starting answer if you go the other way.
Yo, that's a good point. So if you got this answer and then timesed it by 1,000, you would get the original question.
Right.
So how do we feel about that? Do we want to do a couple more? Do you want to do milliliters per hour? Do you want to do drops per minute?
Drops per minute.
Okay. Okay, so my order is
Y'all have a good day.
660 milliliters over 6 hours. And my drops are 10 drops per ml. So I'm looking for drops per minute. So what matches? So I have 10 drops per 1 ml. Where's my other ml? 660 mLs over 6 hours. And then I need to convert my hours. So 1 hour is equal to 60 minutes. Now, could you convert this and make this smaller and say make it figure out how many minutes are in hours? You absolutely could. 100%. So if you wanted to do that, it would look like this. $360 minutes. Does that make sense? So this would be 6600 divided by 360, which would give me 18.3 continuing, which rounding to what? 18. What are my rounding?
It'll be
Right.
18.
Rounding to the whole number. So 18 drops per minute. Do I do another one? Yes, no, maybe. It's okay if you don't want to. I'm only doing this for you. If you feel okay, you feel like you want to practice, do the practice worksheet, that's fine. If you want me to keep going, I'm here for you.
So we
I
had
appreciate your
some
time.
math, and I don't know what the problems were, if anybody can help me. They were like these weird problems. I can't even think about how they went, but it was like half a can. It was like something to do with half a can. I don't know, never mind. I have to find it first and then I'll
Oh,
reach
are
out to
you
you
talking
about it.
about like intake?
I think she's talking about, like, we had
You
a
mean
question
like
before that where, like, if you have a glass of water, a glass is supposed to be like
Right.
6 ounces, where a cup is 8 ounces, from what we were told. So,
no,
no.
not intake output. It's
Okay,
like
tell me which class it was and I can look up the test.
okay, it was Complex of Adults 3,
So
2
it was
and
20.
3. And
Is
it
that
was
right?
like if you had like a Pediasure. What did you say? I'm sorry, you broke out.
All right. 2203.
Yes.
Okay. And it was the third exam?
It might have been the first 2 exams. I can't, we then took so many different math tests. I can't remember. But it was like if you had like 2 full cans of like Pediasure, and you needed to find like the or in water, 2 cans of Pediasure in water, how many full cans or what would be the half of a can of Pediasure needed or something like that. It was something along those lines.
That sounds
It
like
was
a
like
key question.
it was some, I don't know the question
Come on.
verbatim, but that was the question that I had problem with. It was something like that.
Did it have a module?
Like in a book?
Like the ATI module that you had to do last month. Did it have an ATI module?
Oh, see, I'm returning, so I don't have like.
Oh. Oh.
Yeah, and I know Cincinnati campus, we were told everybody else got books and stuff. We didn't get books like in the previous terms. So the last
Did you,
time I was here, I believe was September. Or no, October, like August.
August? Okay.
But it was like not August's term because that was my advanced form. It was like the terms before that, and we were told that we were going to have that math again. But don't worry about it. I would have to go and find it. But it was something like along the lines of you had some type of, what
I
is it?
promise it's not going to be in this class. So,
Okay.
yeah.
Okay, gotcha. Thank you.
Mm-hmm. Because that sounds like crazy. 20 cans and things of, first of all, I don't know how many milliliters are in a can. Like, does that mean there is a standard can 8 ounces? I don't know. That sounds crazy.
It was like a mixing question. It was like if you have
Or something?
like 2 cans of like Pediasure and like a can of water, um and then it was like a certain amount that you had to give by weight or something like that. How much would you give, or how much did you need for a half a can of the Pediasure? Like, how much water did you need for the half a can of Pediasure? But I don't know. It was like really weird.
I don't know. I don't know, girlfriend.
It's okay.
That must have been before we were doing the modules. Okay, what other math do we want to do? Anybody else want to do conversions, drops per minute, tablets, milliliters per hour? What do you think? Anybody, anywhere gonna talk to me?
I'm just here trying to take in as much as I can. Specific that I would like to go over. I'm just watching for extra practice.
The same.
I went, so the practice, exam 1, exam 2, exam 3, and both remediations, they all start with conversion. Then they go into asking for an abbreviation for a known fluid, like a common fluid. And those are all on your Brightspace. Under math resources, you can find that on your Brightspace, so please look for them. I really don't, I mean, those are like such a, like, to me, I'm like handing you a point when it's a question like that. You know what I mean? You don't have to do um, any formulas, any dimensional analysis, anything, right? You just have to be able to recognize that abbreviation. And then after that, there's a couple questions, maybe like 1 or 2 on like tablets, how many tablets. Then there's a couple milliliters per hour, and then there's a couple drops per minute. Like I said, I created all of these exams for the math committee because this is my course that I teach. So I know for a fact that every single one of these exams match exactly the same. The only difference is the numbers that are in the questions. Okay, so if you practice the worksheet and you do well, if you practice the remediations, there's no way you're going to fail your first math exam because it's exactly the same. Okay. I would love some feedback, those of you that did not have me previously. Charlie, I'm so glad that you're back. I'm so proud of you and I'm very happy to see you. Are all of you guys that are on right now, are you returning? Amber, Steve,
Yes,
Veronica?
ma'am.
Veronica.
I
Okay,
never
so
took
you
advanced
all
farm
had,
before.
okay, so this is your first time taking advanced farm. But all my other people, you guys were with Dr. Short, I'm assuming.
And Jefferson.
Jefferson.
I was
Okay.
with Jefferson and I'm just gonna be a little professional. We had issues.
Give it to me, girl. Listen, I'm